Somebody tell me what happened last week. There's a great in-depth recap written up if in case you want Spark Notes.
Yes, I'm reading Spark Notes, Cal. So, the group, we left off last time with, well, we started last time in the humid caverns beneath the fortress that we were exploring with rumbling. We noticed that the roots were far more than just tree roots. They seemed to be alive more than a tree should be. And they descended down and formed what a cage, but a very, I guess, poor cage for keeping people in. Besides, the one person that we did find, who Kenna managed to pull out, was Kalina, a being from the trees, and definitely not from here. Said she was being kept by by her quote unquote caretakers, the dwarves there, for lack of a better word. After getting some information from her, we went back up. We did the appraisal boys did some appraising of the helmet. Found that it was a helmet of the Horde's Protector's helm. It lets you breathe fire, speak draconic, immune to frighten. Pretty good. Then the big drama. Gwen revealed herself to be a werewolf. The party had their reactions. It was quite tense. There's some now fan art of one of the more brutal reactions. And then after that, the party sort of had a little bit to calm down. Let's see if I'm remembering that correctly. Yep.
Here's a quick question. Why did Gwen have to tell the party she was a werewolf?
Because she was paranoid that she brought on the other werewolves.
What other werewolves?
Yep.
There were other werewolves?
Whoa, that seems like a relevant plot point.
Wow.
To steal our stuff.
I'm blue screening, okay?
Just giving you a hard time.
Yep. Yes. So, that's true. We went to sleep, woke up, stuff was stolen. We figured it out to be some type of animal being, not the raccoon that's been tormenting Gwen specifically, but something far larger and far more deadly. After a little bit of sniffing around, Gwen found it out to be werewolves. And for fear of repercussions of not saying anything, she told the group that she was a werewolf. Cut. Kenna decided to leave the fortress to try and track them. And as far as I was aware, if I remember correctly, couldn't exactly find anything. Yeah. Yeah, they were there, and as she was traveling and we were looking back on the information, we found them to be a pack of druid Lycans, because who doesn't love a little bit of extra flavor?
The Frosty Boys.
I think that the Frosty. Yep. Yeah, that's. Reading, Gwen had her third existential crisis before noon. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
That's probably good. Yep. That,
Third?
I think it's everything.
Yes.
Would you say that the winter werewolves have frosted tips? I'm waiting for it.
Start this.
I'm waiting for it.
How long have you been sitting on that one? Did you just spend all week figuring that one out?
I thought of it the moment you said winter werewolves. So yes, literally for a full week.
Yes. And their pack leader is Fury the guy.
Jokes.
I'm sorry, everybody.
I'd also like to add to that. Also, during in-character conversations, Lars sort of consoled in Gwen about her abilities and kind of saying, "I'm, I know what you are. I don't trust you yet, but at the same time, I think it's very brave that you opened up to the group and everything like that." Which was also an important thing, which wasn't role played, unfortunately, but
It's very nice.
It was great nonetheless. Something about monsters
Getting
within
a little
ourselves
too
being
buddy-buddy.
physical or metaphorical in that regard.
exactly.
Well, yes, it is the 14th still.
Just making sure.
I say that. No, actually, now that I think about it, I think I'm wrong. I think it
I
is
love that we
now
already have all of our goals.
officially a 15th.
Well, we went. Oh, is it the 15th?
I believe
Because we
it's
went
the
to sleep on the
15th.
13th. Or did we?
Well,
That's the 13th.
I'm assuming you must have went to sleep on the
That's the
13th,
13th.
but it's whether or not you went to sleep on the 14th that's the problem.
Well, because the 14th is today when we realized that everything was stolen.
Yeah, then it's the 14th.
I think it's the 14th. Okay, yes.
That's how no. It is now the 15th. No, because it's been 2 nights. Okay. It's been 2 nights that Kenna has gone and done her nightly ritual. Since the start of the honeymoon festival. So that's happened 2 nights, which means the night previous was the 14th, and it is now the morning of the 15th.
Okay.
Date tracking is fun, everybody.
Just like
Okay.
Christmas tracking.
Well,
I have been tracking the days. It just gets a little bit puzzled when we go through multiple.
I mean, I do attempt to keep a calendar for you guys, so it's not as confusing.
We appreciate you.
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
Well, that being said, you all have gathered outside, waiting with tense anticipation for any sort of news as to Kenna's search. As to whether or not if it's turned up anything of relevance that will allow you a means to find the individuals responsible for quietly stealing pretty much anything that wasn't nailed down, save for the belongings of 2 people.
And the horses.
And the horses. Granted, the horses have their stuff stolen, so I mean...
Do horses really have property rights?
No, it was still your stuff, just on the backs of horses. Granted, it wasn't on the horses, because you'd be a cruel master to an animal if all you did was leave all of your belongings on them all of the time. So it's probably the reason why they were very easy to pilfer from the horses that probably would not have been keen about Lycans handling them or their goods. As you guys are waiting, dealing with the frosty winter, there is a point after about a solid 90 minutes has passed that a white feathered owl with these bright yellow eyes sort of flutters into the area and lands on your shoulder, Gwen. And it relays a message a bit along the lines of, in Kenna's voice, which I'm just not going to do. I'm attempting to track the thieves. It's dangerous out here for the others. Gwynner Mordahine should hunt. I'll be fine. I'll check in tonight. And then once the words from this mystical animal have been spoken, it'll just sort of shake its head and then flutter away. It was very clearly in Kenna's voice, so you are keenly aware as to who it belonged to.
Kenna's gonna stay out looking. Should check in later tonight, but it's too dangerous for the lot of us. Most of us to go out after her.
Told to stay here, so of course.
Lars will tap on his rifle a bit, in sort of semi-frustration, and he'll say, "So, what are we to do? Are we supposed to feed ourselves until she gets back?"
Yeah, hunt. Hunt, maybe see if Kalina learned anything else or saw anything else of those who came. I know she encountered them.
So, sort of hunt for game, and also try to find some evidence, maybe, of which direction they may have gone.
Well, I know what direction they went, but the snow's covering the trail up faster than we would be able to follow them.
I mean, it's not advisable that we go and try to take on these people ourselves. So I feel like I'm fine with hunting. If you want to hunt with me or alone, that is what you want to do. That is fine.
Derek, quick
I'd
question.
rather go get my stuff.
Say again?
I'd rather go get my stuff back.
Indeed, but I mean, is the weather? Sorry, just to break character quickly. Is
Yeah.
the weather showing any signs of improvement?
Not
last
really.
time?
No. It's snowing heavily enough that, again, tracking is going to be almost impossible. And traveling in this weather, especially with really no equipment to sustain you, is going to be rough. It's one of those, if you get stuck out in this weather without any means for proper shelter, there's a very good chance you get into a tight survival situation where it could begin to threaten your lives.
We stay here. I can handle the cold, but even this is dangerous. I'm not taking the three of you out there. I'm not taking responsibility for the three of you out there. We'll stay here, we'll hunt. When the weather clears, we know they're in the area, we'll follow.
To occupy yourselves, Nikolai, because I know you're very frustrated. Perhaps you could talk to our new acquired friend about maybe possible more information, which I gave to that I told you last time about the place where she's from.
I could, yes.
What behind that it's
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, more behind that it looks like it's you and I going out to try to feed everybody.
I'm quite used to that in the past. I'm happy to do that. Just know that when I hunt, it's usually one bullet, one loud sound. So you'll know it's me if I find something.
Snow's pretty good about dampening sound. How are you with the cold?
Before
How am I in the cold? I think I'm getting better, but I feel like this might be a bit. I can't stay out here too long. I feel.
So dire.
Uh-huh.
I have the shield that makes me cold adapted. How does that affect my being able to survive this storm?
You can be outside like it's normal sunny weather.
And the boots also, the snowshoes, those grant cold adaptation.
Snowshoes?
Yeah, there was like a pair of leather moccasin shoes. Let's see.
those are normal boots. Those are just normal boots.
Oh, were they?
Yeah,
I thought
weren't
there was
magical.
something magic. I thought there was magic on them.
No.
And they're from a completely different type of terrain and area. Climate.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I could have sworn that those were magic or enchanted.
Yeah, it was the shield and sword.
It was
Yeah.
interesting just
And then-
because they don't belong here.
Sorry, Nikolai, what were you going to say?
Out of character, do we have... I don't remember spending the D100 besides sleep yesterday.
Right.
Does the group have their D100s?
New morning, new D100s.
Okay, Nikolai is going to go back inside. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. It's going to go back inside where it's at least a little bit warmer, and try peek into the future, give a little bit of insight on specifically what direction they're going, if at all possible. It's a
Who's
long
they?
The Lycan wolf
Okay.
druids, the people of Sulfur. It's a long shot, but hey. Nope, not really.
Yeah, you sit down and you focus outward. Your vision is hazy. As Mordaheim has observed, you're already kind of, maybe not shaken, but annoyed at the circumstances that you're now facing. And you've got this slight little edge of anger, and it's making your power to peer into the future a bit more difficult. You don't get a glimpse of them at all, but you get glimpses of terrain, many of which are foreign to you, not within your duchy at all. But based off of, at the very least, some of the surrounding areas, you just can tell it's further south. Probably further south than you've been in a little bit, at the very least. Which tracks with everything that everyone else has identified with about their movements.
Yeah. The group would probably hear, like, maybe not a stomp, but probably just a loud, a decently loud, like, bang.
Fist onto a table kind of thing?
Bit. Yeah. He'll go back out. Nothing. Never mind. Go hunting. To be fair, with this coat, or cloak given to me by Edelweiss, I am not the worst in the cold. Not anymore. So.
I was going to ask if we're gonna stay in, if you could give me it back for a bit. No, it's not that I think you're gonna lose it. I just would like it back for a bit.
Yeah, no problem. But that is if we're staying in.
Yes, the two of you are staying here.
We understand that.
Right. Best gets it going. Otherwise, we're gonna starve out here, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Not if we can help it.
Lars will sort of like whistle Portia over, and she'll go over to Gwen and say, "Are we hunting together? Or are we hunting a different pass?"
Mm-hmm. So, a quick question. Out of character.
I'm assuming so.
When it comes to forcing the transformation through the effects of the Wolfsbane potion, have I ever done it before? Am I aware of what happens?
I feel like you've probably not done it before.
Counterintuitive, innit?
Yeah, a little bit.
So I did that.
You would have been warned against it, though, which is... it tends to make the side effects of transforming more visceral. A.k.a. you lean into the Lycan side a lot more after forcing a transformation through the potion.
I don't have any ranged weapons. I'll keep with you. I don't want to pull the trigger on any sort of transformation just yet. But I'll be able to help you find something out here, probably.
No trouble. Two wolves to help me, so to speak. And he'll giggle kind of politely, but also kind of like tongue-in-cheek, so to speak. And he'll say also, I did fire a shot not too long ago. I don't think that's going to help us. We might have to go further afield than we would have done if I hadn't have done. But needs must. We needed Kenna back here as soon as possible.
Fair enough.
And he'll turn around to us and just say, "Take it easy, take it safe. We shall be back. Let's say in 3 hours. To put it safely."
I'd say that's about right.
If we're not
Yeah.
back in 3 hours, yeah.
Don't
just
come looking for us.
Assume as a verst.
Don't come looking for us. We'll find our way back. And she'll just sort of like pat Mordahine on the shoulder, and assuming that that is where the party splits, if they do.
Yeah, the others haven't been fighting the decision making, so it sounds like you guys are leaving.
Yeah.
Also, Kenna will be with you later on. So even if we don't come back, you got Kenna. another like Lars is taking this a bit too jokingly. It's like he's making a joke of himself pretty much at this point.
She's just going to pull Edelweiss to the side. Assuming the two parties are walking separately, she's just going to stop and grab Edelweiss on the shoulder and say,
It will, like, flinch and just, like, jump back. Please do not touch me.
hurt him. Raise a hand against him. I'll show you
What
the
do you-
monster you're so afraid of.
What do you... What?
And then she leaves.
I literally did not catch anything you
Oh,
said.
sorry. I said, hurt him. Raise a hand against him, and I will show you the monster that you were so afraid of. She turns and goes.
Grace is, like, a little perplexed and, like, unnerved, but also perplexed.
Did I hear that, by the way?
I was trying to get them off to the side somewhere. Just a quiet little...
Given that Lars's passive perception is not the sharpest in the group, I'm going to go with Lars did not catch that.
Okay.
Nikolai would have, however.
Yeah.
Doing my job. Doing my job.
You gotta bark at potential intruders. I understand.
The mailman is intimidating.
I'm a male person now? Is that it?
I think so. You were delivering a message, weren't you? But yeah, she says that, and then she turns and follows Lars out towards the tree line. And I'm going to try to head. Did I see the last time I went out hunting around the fort any particularly heavily trafficked areas so far as trails went?
Not heavily. No. This time of the winter, you're not really seeing a whole ton of obvious signs of game. And the bigger issue here is the ones that you have seen. You suspect were slaughtered as the signs of dominance by the previous Lycan issue that passed through the area.
Well, Lycans in this.
So, you think finding anything in the immediate vicinity is probably not likely, especially given Lars's earlier assertion, which have been an accurate one, which is because he fired off his rifle. Even in the snowstorm, the thunderous crack would still drive animals into hiding. So you guys are going to be spending a little bit of a hike out, and then start your tracking to try to find something to eat.
Yeah.
For the sake, Lars will say, well, for the sake of keeping warm and getting as far out as we can, I suggest jogging in a general direction that you last saw some good hunting, we will say.
How high is the snow? How deep is it?
It's getting pretty high because, like I said, the snow was not really let up thanks to some unfortunate dice rolls. You guys are basically wading through like almost hip height snow outside the fort at this point.
Okay, that's gonna be tough.
She's just gonna pat him on the shoulder and be like, "You're gonna tire yourself out way too fast."
Because of my, well, I'm not gonna say like survival training from like my father in those sort of situations. I was thinking like, can I jerry rig some snowshoes?
I mean, you can certainly try. You're more than welcome. I'm assuming you don't have any like wood carver's tools or carpenter's tools.
No, this is going to be a very rudimentary sort of like twigs and the string that I've got to tie together some snowshoes.
Okay. Just make a general wisdom check then.
Can I help him?
Sure.
Okay.
I was going to spend an inspiration point, but that's fine. Oh, that's out of the box, no chance.
And
That's a nat 20. Sorry.
Ooh.
Nice.
That's a nat 20. Wisdom, let me just... yes, that's a nat 20 plus... I mean, I know it's not good anyway, but... wisdom is 1, so it'll be 21.
Okay. You take about 10 minutes and gather your supplies and resources, and drawing on the survival training given to you by your father, and drilled into him by the Republic of Belwyn's military, you put together functional but rudimentary snowshoes, sort of lashing them together, several, very sturdy twigs and sticks to make walking a little bit easier on yourself.
And as I do that, I'll see like Porsche, like her snout just poking up through the snow, and I'll just give her a couple of hand signals just to tell her to go back and stay warm.
Okay.
Because I don't think she'll survive out here. So I give her a couple of hand signals. So as she starts running away, I'll say, "Take it easy, Porsche. This is too much for you."
While this is happening, if Gwen's not got hands on the project, she's pulled a bone out of her pocket and she's just chewing on it.
Okay.
Right, I think I'll be able to move a bit more quicker now. So whenever you're ready, we can move on.
All right, sounds good to me.
So
Probably shouting in snow in like semi-blizzard conditions as well.
yeah,
Is it just snowing heavily, or is it like?
it is
winds
not.
up?
It is not blizzarding anymore,
Yeah.
like it was earlier this morning. The dice rolls were slightly more forgiving by comparison. We moved weather conditions from an 18 to a 40. So it is just heavy snow.
Okay.
That being said, I need you guys to pick one of 3 directions: north, east, or south to go hunting.
Lars would let Gwen pick. Yeah, sorry, brain fart. Yeah, Lars would let Gwen pick because she's hunted before and he's not familiar with the surrounding area.
Lycans went south.
Then that's where we're going, I suppose.
They could have scared off all the game down there, where they can know where it is. South.
Gonna head south?
Gonna head south.
Yep.
Okay, head south. Make a survival check for me. Either separate ones or one person with advantage.
What you thinking, Ryan?
I rolled my luck. I think you can roll.
Okay. There you are.
You remember you've got advantage as well.
Okay.
So roll twice. Or whatever.
Come on, guys. Decent. Survival? 17.
That's pretty good. And we're gonna get to you guys in a second. Nikolai and Edelweiss, as Gwen and Mordaheim set out into the heavy snow to find some additional food for you guys to nibble on other than the rations that have not been pilfered. What are you guys going to do with your time? You've got a couple of hours to spend.
I will immediately go back to Nikolai and they will say with a sigh. She thinks I would hurt you, but I think it's aggressively paranoid right now. I'm a little annoyed at both Mordeheim and Gwen, but I don't see the jumping point to that, and she is still paranoid about my intentions. That's what she told me.
Oh no, I could hear just fine. Can you blame her? Honestly, it's especially after that. That is a.
Again, I
although
don't bear ill will to you, specifically, so
I know.
I at least preferred if she didn't touch me. I don't. It's not pleasant when you are not in the mood to talk to someone, but they aggressively at you. Same for Mordeheim.
Understandable, but there's one thing. He will at least lead the two back inside, and then give them the coat. Well, let's say there is one thing though. Why are you here? Exactly. I believe what you have said, but there has to be something more.
Sorry. I just been tasked to help, probably to prevent anything from happening more than it has.
By who?
Who do you think? No, not from herself. Just from someone else.
Yeah.
Who's her agent?
Interesting. Well, it's a little bit worrying when someone admits that someone else is interested in this work. But I guess I can't really fault them. Wherever they are.
Now that I'm seeing more of this orb, it's... I hope safety is in numbers, because what could happen if they figured us where we are, and who exactly. If the orb is
Thinking
so hard,
about.
if you couldn't figure out the orb, then it has to be something bigger.
Well, I've only been able to touch it once. There is still some time that we have. Whenever the weather calms down, for a little bit more testing. If I can't get anything out of the next two attempts, well, maybe not attempts, the next two identification uses, then it's probably time to, at least for me, leave this area. We can probably, at least the group as a whole, would probably be better in not the middle of nowhere being bombarded by a whole slew of oddities. So, yeah.
Still have to wait for your sister.
We don't have to wait. We can meet her on the way.
You're right about that.
He will go sit down and journal and try not to be too angry. Try not to be too angry.
Hey, Nikolai. What was
Yes?
down there yesterday?
Oh. With Kalina?
I
It
didn't-
was, well, a dryad, Kalina, or sorry, he wouldn't say that. I don't think he knows what that is, or if he does, he doesn't know that she's that. A being of plants. Her name was Kalina. It was interesting. Those roots that we all saw. It was a part of her, yet also it seemed to be acting like a way to hold her. It's quite rather interesting, but she's rather friendly, and has apparently been able to keep, or was able to keep the our thieving friend out. So nothing to worry about.
I still don't feel comfortable going there. I've heard stories of things like that, and they don't end well.
Yeah, but at least this one seems to be well made. She is good, so we can leave it at that. It should be fine.
I would. Never mind. I don't suppose you have anything else to discuss. I want to cast Druidcraft to see what's going on the rest of the day, since it's still a bit early, I think.
Weather conditions for tomorrow look like.
It's 24 hours, so general 24 hours.
Upcoming weather conditions look sunny.
Was it chance?
Of meatballs?
Oh, oh
That's
no.
not what I
Don't
meant.
ruin
but
it. No.
It seems the
Um,
weather will be better soon, so perhaps you'll get your chance.
For clarification, I rolled a 98, so weather is
Ew.
going to be good.
If you feel
Very nice.
uncomfortable with me still, then I'll offer up my crystal if you'd like. Can't cast
No.
spells without it.
No, I'm not uncomfortable with you. I'm not really uncomfortable with anyone, even a Lycan. You have to learn to be with many different types of people. I guess you could say in my line of work. It's why you're here. It's not necessarily uncomfortable, but not knowing why someone is here can be a threat. But you have proven yourself more than capable in combat, and I believe you when you say you're here to help. So and I mean this in the nicest way possible. I don't really care exactly what you do, as long as you don't.
Appreciated. But of course, I don't mind if you are still wary. I wouldn't be for anything. But
It's fine.
sorry.
And
I'll give you this back
Okay.
later.
yeah, no problem. I'll give you a nod, and then write down some things in the journal, and then meditate to try and calm himself.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Edelweiss will head to the southern hallway, the hallway in the bottom of the map. I'm not sure about. No, I think the top of the map was north. I think that's how we ended up discussing it. Yeah. So that southern hallway, and they're just gonna. No music, must get out. Frustrated, angry energy. Dance and have a song head. Probably.
Fair enough.
Also, they're going to change the cloak to how the cloak first looked like. Although, definitely not as big, although...
Yeah.
Maybe if they decide to take a break, it'll be big and nice. If they notice Nikolai coming back, they'll change it back.
Okay.
But they probably won't notice.
Okay. You guys spend a little time venting in your own respective ways. While Gwen and Moldaheim out in the snowfall, traversing southward in the rough heading, same heading as Kenna, and allegedly the pack of druids in which she is pursuing. You guys travel for the better part of about an hour or so, trekking through high mounds of snow, rocky terrain, and barren trees, looking for signs of life. It is none too surprising that while you find clues to creatures' whereabouts, many creatures in the general vicinity have seemed to have fled. It does not seem like there's any easy sight nor sound of animals to be had in this first leg of the trip. What would you like to do from this juncture? You're about an hour out.
Gwen has sort of kept quiet the whole time. Anytime she talks in like a low whisper. And when they get to this point that they still haven't found anything, she just says, "We came out here to find food. We've got to keep moving."
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Say that again.
We came out here to find food. We've got to keep moving.
Agreed. That is fine by me. How am I feeling, by the way? Dear,
Great
out in the
question.
cold?
Make me a Constitution saving throw.
I thought he had the sword.
I don't know if that's cocked or not. I'll count it. Let me just get my page out. Con. That is a 12.
Okay. It's chilly. It's cold, and you would probably prefer not to be in this weather if you could help it, but you're holding up.
Yeah.
Which, again, in review, you think is unusual. This kind of biting cold, you would know better than to be out in, but you're holding up.
Yeah.
It seems as if you've become slightly better adapted to cold weather.
Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine that.
Lars will just say, I mean, it's freaking cold, but I'm fine for now. We can push on if you need to. Just lead the way.
She nods. I'm gonna keep moving forward. Just looking for any sign of like animals or anything that might have moved through recently.
Still heading
Just keep
south?
eyes- Yeah.
Okay.
Eyes, ears peeled.
Survival check.
Is this an advantage?
If
Yeah.
Moldaheim is helping you.
I will-
survival, not perception. Okay, I'm sorry.
I for survival, I will keep assisting you on that. I believe.
Okay.
Double 11s for a total of a 16.
Okay. Again, it is not the absence of tracks that you are facing. It is after pursuing those tracks, not finding evidence of nearby quarry to pursue. And after a point, Mixed in amongst those tracks, probably with a little bit more of a carefree nature after this distance out, you do start to see and find various wolf tracks of what looks like a pack that has come through not too long ago. They're very hard to find. And honestly, the only thing that actually gives you greater clue that they were in the area are that you occasionally find wolf tracks that look like they belong to a wolf if you expect it to be crossed with a rhino. These paw prints are enormous and very heavy. And even with the snow kind of filtering in from certain places, it just leaves like this indent, and it's obvious. Whereas many of the other wolves are even capable of traveling along the amassed snow. There are small, like, rivets carved out where this beast has been through.
Make sure to point these out to Mordecai and ask him if he thinks we should adjust course.
Lars would obviously look at those, kind of wide-eyed as well, and be kind of like, so the last thing we need to do is get involved in a fight we cannot win. We need to. Our priority is hunting. So anything away from such animals would be best. In mind. But Lars at this point would also point out that we're not looking for wolves. We're looking for anything big game. Especially if I've got a one-shot weapon. Anything that we find, like a moose, a doe. Anything like that is worth it. Anything small for a one-shot weapon like my for my rifle, not worth it at all.
Well,
and he'll literally say it's either go big or go home.
she smiles and just says, "Well, follow these guys long enough, they'll lead us somewhere." Is it safe to assume, Dire, that this is a direwolf print and not
It's
a large Lycan print?
bigger than any direwolf print you've ever seen.
Oh heck!
It makes direwolves look small.
This makes them look like babies.
To put it in D&D terms, it belongs to a huge size creature.
Big boy. Okay.
Yeah, you guys can stand in its footprint.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I wasn't joking when Lars was wide-eyed.
All right.
Big scary monster.
Big scary boy.
He'll even joke, like he'll even like sort of like nudge and go, "Is that your big brother?"
Ain't no brother you want to tangle with. Anyway, would it be safe to assume that following these tracks would lead us to a more, what's the word? I don't know. Bountiful area when it comes to game, or does it look like they haven't been moving or they've been moving in a way that might disperse any game that's been in the area rather than hunting?
Hard to say. It doesn't look like they've been hunting. There's no hunting pattern to the trail you've been able to follow. With the behemoth that's traveling with them, you'd think it would probably actually scare off many smaller creatures because it would actually alert them to the pack's presence before the pack could really get within decent hunting range. In addition to the fact that you don't think the wolves are hunting, given that they had plenty to snack on when they robbed you guys. Given all of the meat you so diligently worked on to try to preserve.
Yeah, I did. About how old are they? Do you think? What does it look like?
The tracks old, yeah. You're finding like barely signs of things that have existed.
Okay.
It's only because of the biggin that's passed through with them that you are actually finding tracks at all.
The biggin.
All right, I'm gonna find like a branch or something and drive it into the ground just to make a bit of a marker right there, and then I'm gonna start taking us off that away from that direction.
Okay.
The woods.
I'm going to assume the most likely direction is easterly, given heading north is just going back.
Just before we do that, Lars would like to sketch and take rough measurements of how big this footprint is, as a sort of like a like Lars is doing a bit of recon while he's got time,
Yeah.
sort of like determine the size and anything. If we ever find it again, you'll know that it was this party of wolves basically.
Sure.
Any
Yeah.
any like wisps of fur or anything caught on a branch as we've been following this general?
Not that your survival check would pick up.
It's good to know.
Like, for the sake of rough estimates, this paw print is roughly 3.5 feet in diameter.
Yeah.
If you were to try to extrapolate this thing, for real life comparison, it'd be closer to like the size of an elephant, probably, than say a horse, which is what a direwolf would be compared to.
I'm just typing that down. Thank you.
Yeah. So you guys will head eastward, trying to see if perhaps the path in which they've taken has scared some game in a direction not following their path. So, we're back at it again. Another survival check, please.
Okay.
I'm gonna take an inspiration point for this, by the way.
Are you rolling? Are we rolling separately? I'm gonna assume that's a yes.
Well, I'm taking an inspiration point, and I've already rolled.
Yeah.
So
okay.
yes.
And with that inspiration, sorry, inspiration point. I roll again for advantage. Is that correct?
You roll a dice. You look at the number. Before I announce what it is, you can spend the point to roll an additional d20 and then pick between the results.
Right. 2 seconds, because I rolled so poor. Survival. Yeah, that's a 7. So I'm definitely going to take that to roll again.
22 for me.
Hey.
That's better. That's 18.
Okay. Both of those numbers are great.
I did not spend an inspiration point.
Yeah. Diverging eastward, away from the initial trail of these wolves and Kenna that you are aware of, you begin looking for signs of creatures that would be suitable for some decent forage. And it takes you guys it took you an hour to get to the first point, another 30 minutes from that point. This takes you another half hour. Heading eastward, again, moving through the somewhat rocky, uneven terrain, having to climb up and down snowbanks and small little fords and cliffs. Eventually, you see off in the distance, between all of these leafless trees, a large creature. And it is, in fact, something you've seen briefly, at least Gwen has seen briefly, in a form that Kenna has taken, a large elk.
Who sees it first?
Well, you guys are both tracking it, but given that Gwen's passive perception is a bit higher than yours, Gwen will see it first.
I immediately just sort of like put my hand on his shoulder, like just pat him on the shoulder and be like, all right, get down, be quiet, shut up, and point it out to him.
Lars stares off, nods. He'll gesture to the rifle, and he will sort of gesture. He'll first take note of where the wind is going.
Okay.
And he'll just gesture like he's going downwind towards where the elk is.
Okay, Dyer, I need you to draw this out for me, because before you do anything, Ryan. So, which way is the wind going?
That's a great question.
And is the animal moving, or is it stuck?
It's stopped. It's currently stopped.
Alright.
The wind is blowing east to west. So you guys are currently upwind of it. Which, first of all, I want stealth checks from both of you.
Yikes!
Easy. Easy money.
Just don't roll a 1.
I didn't. I rolled a 16
Oh
plus
boy.
8. That's
24.
24.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a 16 because I rolled a 14 plus 2.
Okay. Both those numbers are pretty good, though. It's not like elks are super perceptive.
OP perceptive elk.
Okay, so you guys are for the sake of it, I'm not going to draw you out a map, but for the sake of it, imagine yourselves if you are on a 50 by 50 grid, so pretty large. We're going to place the elk dead center of said grid. You guys are coming from the northern side of the map. You are about 40 squares away.
Okay.
I could easily hit it from this bloody angle.
Yes,
Yeah.
you could.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to think, if it runs, can I get somewhere that I can try to intercept it, or are we just gonna end up chasing it down again?
I mean, Lars will be sort of like getting into like a decent position, like very slowly, to shoot it, and just as he's sort of like settling down, he'll give you he'll show with his hands get closer.
Mm-hmm.
So if it runs, he'll even
Yeah.
just get closer. And
All
Lars
right,
will start training his eye on the elk, looking for that headshot.
Okay.
Is the wind blowing currently?
It is.
You don't shoot them in the head. Sorry. I'm gonna try to find like cover from the wind somewhere so that my scent isn't blowing on. And just try to find a location where I feel like if it runs, I can smite it.
You want to get within 5 feet of it so you can smite it in case a bullet doesn't kill it.
No, I'm just gonna be backup. I got him here. I can't do anything. I'm just gonna let him do it.
You could, I don't know, help Modahain, which would give him advantage on his attack. That could be useful.
Sure, I'll do that.
Gunslingers love that. It means they're less likely to jam their gun.
I don't know what a
Yes.
gun is. Sure, I'll help.
Yeah, you don't have to know what it is in character to understand that helping someone is a good thing to do.
So, just to describe the scene, Lars is laying down next to a tree, rifle sticking out, laying down, cold condensation of air being, as he takes the deep breath in to slow his heart rate down, and a massive exhale. And he's looking down this rifle, and he's reminding himself of all the times he's went hunting with his dad and how he's done this so many times before. But he knows that this is kind of an important. If he doesn't get this, we're not going to be going back with any food. So he takes another deep breath, steadies himself, and as he trains his gun on the elk, he will whisper to himself, Imerzusamen, and he'll take the shot.
It is at advantage.
No, Windows, I do not want to restart.
That would be a terrible thing to do.
Right, at advantage, my first roll's a 3
That's
for an attack.
not great. We can do better.
Yes, we definitely can do better. I mean, that wasn't total as well. That was what was it, 3 plus 7, so that would have been a 10. Second roll. That's a 4 plus 7. Can I spend another inspiration point?
You can spend inspiration points as many as you have.
I have 2. I know that for a fact.
Well, you have 1 now, because you spent one earlier.
Yeah, I know. I have 1 now.
Well, yeah, you can spend a point, roll another d20, and pick between the results.
That's a 12 plus 7. I'll go with that one.
That's
that was
better.
heckin' bad. That was heckin' bad.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, it's not like elks are armored.
Exactly.
The lowest was a 10, would have still hit.
But I don't want to graze this. I want to kill it.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure. I'd like to think that Lars like sort of stutters like twice before firing the trigger, and that's like they're like no, now.
Okay. You're going to hit, but the important thing is for you to roll damage.
Damage.
1d12
plus 5. Let me get my 12 die. I haven't done this before. I ain't done this in a while because I think I did it through Roll20. But yeah, damage die. Here we go. First damage die roll. That's a 7 plus 5. That's a 12.
Okay. You take the long moment to line up the shot, inhaling and exhaling slowly, releasing cold plumes of mist from your lips. And on a slow, careful exhale, you squeeze the trigger, and with a belch of fire and a crack of thunder, the bullet flies, zipping through the tops of snow mounds, throwing up, fresh powder. And you watch as the elk has a moment where it looks up just in time for the bullet to collide, and it knocks it over onto its side. And it doesn't look like it gets up.
While that happens, Lars will literally like gesture for Gwen to go get it, and Lars will start to basically still training his, because he obviously he knows it might be dead, but if it gets up and runs, so he stands guard and he lets Gwen go and sort it out, see if it's properly dead.
Okay.
I start making my way towards it.
Okay. Gwen, when you finally get over there, the shot was a clean one. It passed. It actually passed through the front part of its body, where its front legs connect to it. And you can more or less tell the bullet passed through. You believe it would have more or less shattered those bones to the point that it wouldn't have been able to flee. It is still very much alive. It is incapable of going anywhere, and it's bleeding in a way that it will die, but it is currently suffering. It is at 1 HP. It has 1 HP left.
I have a hunting knife, presumably. Is something that she would have.
I assume so.
Yeah. She's just going to walk up to it and shush it and in the heart.
Okay.
Just like under the ribs into the heart.
Yep. Clean and precise. The worked steel finds the heart, and the creature slowly and steadily ceases movement.
Yeah.
After seeing that, Lars will sort of put the gun away and sort of waddle down as best he can with his snowshoes.
Mm-hmm. Crunch,
as he's
crunch,
making
crunch.
his way over, Gwen like shucks her coat and rolls her sleeve, takes her gloves off, rolls her sleeves up, and just sort of gets to work dressing it. And when he pulls up, she's like, is there like, you think how big of an animal is this? And if we took everything we could and arranged it on like a sledge, could we pull it back together? How much can we take? If we
pretty big animal. You couldn't reasonably like sling it over your shoulders and carry it back.
Of course.
If you arranged something to drag it, and of course if you spent some time to dress it, so not taking with you the things that would not be salvageable for food, you could get a decent amount back, but there is a survival check involved to determine the total quantity of usable goods you can harvest from the body.
Okay. Yeah. So while she's like working it, dressing it, she instructs Mordahine to look for some like strong branches, like a couple of strong branches, to lash together with and make a sledge out of, so we can pull it back.
Yeah, Lars will like, that is no problem. I've got a rope in my backpack. I can sort that out. And he'll he'll go looking for some nice strong branches to lash together to make a rudimentary sled.
Sure.
Flashbacks, just flashbacks to his to outings with his dad on surviving and stuff like that.
Yeah.
This is all coming back to him.
I'm your dad now. Yeah, and so if she can quickly like skin it and then like order the legs to make it easy to fold up on this sled, then she'll do that too. Just being very meticulous in the way that she's doing this because we need as much as we can.
Well, make me a survival check.
I will be using an inspiration point on this one if need be.
Well, yeah, you can wait and see.
Okay. A survival?
Survival.
17. I think I'm gonna sit on that. I think I'm gonna sit on 17.
You gonna stay?
I'm gonna stay.
Okay, not gonna go for that 21? No, sorry.
Excuse you, it would be a 25?
Alright, that's great. You can, given your wide breadth of experience in hunting, you dress this elk well and with skill. Pretty much all of it is reasonably usable. With the exception of you lose a little bit of meat around the area where the gunshot wounded the creature due to some of the bone, the way it broke when the bullet passed through it. You could spend time getting the bone fragments out, but the overall quality of the meat's going to be pretty horrendous.
Yeah.
Other than that, everything else you can definitely dress and make use of pretty well.
Yeah. Lars would also, if it had any sort of like horns or anything like useful in that sort of thing, you'll also point out that it'll be good to take that sort of thing as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every part of it, everything except the oink, if it were a pig. She makes a point to bring the heart along.
Okay.
I mean, you're cutting it.
Yeah.
Lars will not stop you from doing that.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
And help him with the sled when she's done, and then start loading stuff up.
Okay.
Time to get on back.
Yeah. By the time you're finished with most of your work to more or less get it prepared for travel, and giving it a inspection of what's good and what's not, Lars finishes up his production of a rudimentary sled with what equipment he has on hand and some sturdy branches from nearby. And you guys begin the trip back. With this in tow now, it's going to delay you a little due to just overall weight and bulk and having to pull it through everything. And of course, adjusting your course to accommodate pulling it now versus being able to push your way through somewhat more uneven terrain on foot. It'll slow you down a little bit. The total time you've spent hunting is going to be about 4 hours by the time you get back. So it'll be close to noon by the time you arrive.
Just before you set off, Lars would have half of his ration and have a drink as well, just to make sure he's topped up as well.
Okay.
I feel like it's kind of important that we be eating after we've spent time out in the cold.
Do you have rations left? I thought you gave us all.
I had 5 since Kenna was away. I gave everyone one ration, so everyone has one ration. No, everyone gets one. Tell him, Spider-Man.
Although in my headcanon, I like to imagine like you guys are just getting ready to leave, where Mordehai's like, "Oh, hang on, let me have a drink and something to eat," and you offer Gwen a bite of the ration, and she's just over there gnawing on the heart and just like, "No, I'm good, thanks."
Yeah, Lars looks over, like recoils slightly, and just goes, "Yeah, enjoy."
Suddenly, everything makes sense. Not as barbaric when you know they're part animal now, is it?
Yeah. I mean, you can make jerky out of a heart. But that's not what I was gonna do.
You can make jerky out of pretty much anything.
Yes, you can.
Well, you can't jerk out of something that's being gnawed on, so.
No, you can't, because it's in my belly.
I mean, I had a bad joke, but let's just continue.
You guys begin to head your way back. Lest someone say something they regret.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I'll say it afterwards.
You ever seen the movie 72 Hours, right?
Anyway,
Nope, let's go.
back at the fort, Nikolai Edelweiss, in this 4-hour window, other than the venting you guys were participating in earlier, is there anything else you were doing with this time?
Short rest.
Yep.
Did it get
First,
brighter out?
and-
Sorry, did it get sunnier outside by now, or is it much later when it gets sunnier?
It is
Like
later.
the general.
It's still heavy snow.
Okay.
You suspect it will begin to let up sometime during the watch overnight.
Krista usually contacts me at night, like
Mhm.
before sleep. Okay.
Yeah.
Darn. You know, that's
So we're
Yeah,
not
okay,
getting all
that-
buddy like these two right here.
Nikolai will go down.
Another bonding.
To another bonding moment. Nikolai will go down to the staircase down to Kalina, and check is the air clear? As in, can he walk in without being knocked out?
Yes. The obvious light pink spores that were previously filling the air no longer fill the air. The sweet perfumed scent has receded.
Okay. He will go down, making his presence known, calling out, it's Nikolai Kalina. I'm just coming down to check some things. I may ask some questions. No need to be worried. And he will go down, go to the door with the dragon on it. If I remember correctly, were there Conic runes on the door?
There were.
Yes, I would like to read them with the helmet on.
Sure. Well, while attuned to the helmet and wearing it, the runes etched into the door have a brief moment. Have you ever seen the Percy Jackson movies? You know how he reads
Hell
Greek?
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. When you stare at it, it's in a language you don't quite comprehend right away, and then everything sort of shapeshifts and morphs for a way for you to comprehend it. And there are 6. If the notes say something else, because I said it earlier, I know I gave you a number before. It's 6 now. There are 6 runes, runic marks on the door. It's 6 now. And there are small inlays in the door near them. Each of them read in this order, starting from left to right. Fire, water, life, death, wind, and earth.
Okay. Well done. That's just the element plus life and death, or the element. Yeah, that is actually a good question. What are the standard elements world? Like
The 4 standard elements are fire, water, wind, and earth, as were the original primordial creators.
okay. So this includes them ending life and death.
Mhm.
Another long shot. Does this refer to anything? Because of course, besides the referencing the elements, the inclusion of life and death, and in this order, does it have a specific meaning in this order?
Just make an intelligence check. And see if Nikolai's mind can perhaps pull something from this.
Nope.
No, yeah. It's not that you can't figure it out. It's that there's no obvious significance to this. Frequently, you always see the four fire, water, wind, and earth paired, or all together. Given that they're the four primary elements, the four primordial gods that created the world, and historically had that great war that the gods fought in. And the only thing that catches your eye is that the way it's arranged is that the elemental types seem to be arranged with their opposites. So fire and water and wind and earth. And then life and death is in the center. So you see that pattern, but you don't know if it's relevant to something else. Like, there's significance in how that's arranged, but there's no significance tied to something else you've seen or read or heard about somewhere before.
Okay. Then he will go over to Kalina wherever she is.
When you would have come in, you would have gotten an affirmation in Dwarven about your entry from the river.
He will go over. I'm waiting for my friends to come back from hunting. And I read the door. This helmet can read Draconic. It's pretty interesting. Had something to do with the elements. I know that you warned to not to go in there, and I would happily not. But it's interesting. Do you have any indication of why they're in that order, or anything like that?
As you would have rounded the corner, it begs mentioning that you would see Kalina, who is still seated at the edge of the river, on a moss-covered rock. You would notice pretty immediately she is larger than she was before. She's probably grown about 6 inches in height, with the rest of the frame sort of beginning to fill out. So kind of going from almost childlike in size to being a mature teenager.
Okay.
And then would just listen to your inquiry, and then sort of think about it for a moment. I don't understand the reasoning or method in which they chose to seal the door. I just know that what they sealed away was something they wished no one else to find. And I suppose the person who perhaps would have known best would have been the individual that would have wore the helmet that you currently are in possession of. He was the leader of the clan here.
Oh, do you know the clan's name that lived here?
Let me get my notes. I don't know why I don't have these open.
I'm amazed we didn't ask that beforehand.
The clan that has kept me here and protected this place, they went by the name of Gilderock. I will happily put that in chat for you.
Thank you. And perfect. Can I discern any information about Gilderock in a history check?
You may try, but with disadvantage. Given you guys have already sort of poured over all of your historical knowledge, and even with some high rolls, didn't pull anything out. So this is really scraping the bottom of the barrel for information. And yeah, the name is a mystery to you.
Darn. History rolls finally failed me. Feels bad, man. Okay. Huh. Interesting. And is there any more information about Viridian that you can tell us about? You told us quite a bit. That was like anything else. This place. That
That
you spoke of?
is a very broad question, Nikolai. What would you like to know? Viridian was a large country with many people in it. A culture, leadership, its own myths and religions. Of them, what would you know?
Well, for one, a large nation. At least of our knowledge, I am not aware of any place called Viridian that exists. Neither was Morderheim, the blonde human like me. That if I were to give you a map of the world, at least from my knowledge, would you be able to point it out if it was an above ground place or was it in a different place entirely?
It was on the same plane of existence as I've always been on. This one. I suppose, and with a sad face, she'll take a moment and reflect on this before speaking it out loud. I may have been imprisoned for such a long time that Viridian may no longer exist.
Maybe. Or maybe what was known as Viridian to you may have been a different name. Or be a different name now.
This is possible.
Name change over time. But if it was on this plane, Nikolai will sketch down. But I'm assuming he's seen if a world map exists, he's seen it at least once.
Yeah, world maps exist.
Yeah. He'll sketch one down quickly in his note and his book, and then show her. Could you point out where it was? From this.
She will take a moment, regard the map in its rough drawn state. Her face is kind of pinched with concentration, and you can tell a lot of things she's regarding do not look immediately familiar to her. After about a solid minute of just like looking over the map and considering what all things may be, she takes a finger and points to the central mass of Kendrasa. This has been around for a very long time. It was always northward of Viridian. Most of this is unfamiliar to me, but if it had to be anywhere, she would point to the southernmost continent of Silgaris. It would have been on the northern shores of this landmass here.
Ah, that's what we call Silgaris. Today.
I am unfamiliar with it. For the record, Silgaris is cold and unforgiving. It is darn near Antarctica. With some of the islands that are off of Silgaris being a bit more... a bit warmer, very lush and green, and livable. As a matter of fact, it is where one of the places where the peat that is harvested for Mordehein's favorite whiskey comes from. Fun fact. Thanks for that tidbit, Ryan.
Woo! I'm excited.
Yeah, you also know, you would definitely know this is a noble, given the proximity of Silgaris to Kendrasa, especially to Belwind. Silgaris has also been infested with undead for roughly the last half century, or for the last half millennia, excuse me. There has been a huge war that has been going on down there that is kind of petering out now due to the armies responsible for fighting it finally starting to give out.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah. The dot thinking. Kalina, that Solgaris is one. What would you have called this continent back then?
The continent, as it was, the landmass that Viridian existed alongside, was called Valenhouse. And of course, I will spell that for you in chat. Exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah, I got it right. Can I do I know what that is?
Not off the top of your head. History check. You're getting into some of the deep stuff now. Nah, the 13 doesn't do it for you. We're talking some ancient history.
Okay. Good to know. That continent is cold, and definitely wouldn't reflect what you've referred like he sort of indicates to just the general liveliness and greenery that follows. It wouldn't reflect that. What? I'm assuming probably not, but what was it like back then? Because at least to my knowledge, for the last half millennia, you said there?
Yeah, there's been a war with the undead for the last half millennia. Silgaris, for most of the history books you've read, has always been like this. Cold and unforgiving.
It has always been cold, brutal, and infested with undead. There has been a war there for a very, very, very long time. I'm assuming you have no recollection of this, but
she shakes her head sadly.
You know Oh, wow. Give me a second. Processing information. Okay. And it was a large nation. What races was it mainly consistent of? And if you guys did use years, double question. If you guys did use years, as we do, what was the last year you remember it being?
Viridian was composed of all kinds of races. It welcomed any who wished to be there as citizens. It was lush and green. The land gave freely of its bounty, and the people there lived without wanting much. She pauses for a moment, thinking. And again, the edges of her face kind of wrinkle as she scrunches in concentration. I am sorry, Nikolai. Most of the details, at the very least, the specifics of the time, I just don't remember yet. Perhaps in a few more days,
You're giving me a lot.
more of my memory will have returned.
Yeah. Thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Well, you've given me certainly a lot to think about. Um, I guess a note. In a few days, your memory might return. How about your general ability? Would you be able to go out in the cold in that time to move about freely?
It is uncertain. The dwarves committed some unusual rituals to mutate and bastardize my tree. And she'll point up to the roots above the ceiling. If I wander too far from it, I will inevitably give in and wither away.
Ah, that is rather sickening to hear
Well,
that you're trapped like that.
my kind are bound to their trees. It is where we are birthed from, and we are responsible for caring for the area and protecting it. In Viridian, we were capable of wandering far because all of the trees were connected by one immense tree, the roots of which touched everything that was living, allowing us to roam freely. But when we were, and her face kind of contorts at the word, harvested by the dwarves, they broke us apart, anchored us to places like these.
That. Wow. Viridian sounds like a magical place.
Truly was.
Like, besides what. Wow.
And it was led by a visionary person. One who I think, considering the strife that this world has faced, would have been able to keep everyone in peace. Perhaps your current libraries might have reference to him. He was known as the Jade Owl.
Can I history check that? Come on.
You can keep trying, but man, these DCs are starting to rack up on you.
One will work.
Another one.
No. No Jade Owl in your memory. But perhaps with access to a thorough enough library, all these things might have answers.
Yes. Well, I don't know of anything like any person like that personally, but my family has a library. A tidbit of information may be there, and there are countless much larger libraries across the land. There's bound to be something, but thank you. When you are able to travel, or no, would there be a way to be able to move your tree back to where Viridian was? Should we find the capability?
I don't know. It would mean that the land would be able to suitably sustain the tree once more. Given your map and how time has passed, I suspect it might not be possible. There are magics and spells that could unbind me from the tree, but that is still only a temporary solution, as I will inevitably require sustenance greater than I could consume, requiring myself to anchor back to a tree again, and we cannot just choose any simple tree to do that with.
Well, any magics like that may be far out of my capabilities now, but I will definitely be looking. If you would want to go back, it can't help. It can't hurt to look, at least. Maybe.
Anywhere but here.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Well, maybe not enlightening. It has definitely piqued my interest to a monumental degree in Viridian and the past. Thank you.
She gives you a nod.
He will small bow and go back up.
A quick side note: you would have noticed several of the plants, other than the fact that several new bushes have grown, several of the plants are beginning to bloom. You would have taken note of a couple of exotic-looking berry bushes, a couple of small saplings beginning to grow, flowers of all kinds that weren't budding them before. And the foliage more or less has almost tripled in terms of coverage in the cavern.
One last thing before I go is would it be I guess offensive or anything of that sort to eat these berries?
It is polite that one of you has asked before taking of them. However, these plants are meant to give to those who need. The berries here are capable of sustaining individuals well over a normal course of time. They are free for you or your companions to consume.
How long do they last? If you were to not eat them.
A singular berry will last you for a day's time.
She grew good berries.
She got them good berries. Okay.
Whole
It's
bushels.
Do those work for horses?
Find out.
I think it is any creature, but yeah. Just force feed a horse a berry. Here. Small berry
They're
will feed you massive feast.
That's how we find out that they're toxic to horses specifically.
Yeah.
Humanoid races only.
So
Everything.
weird.
Everyone else, it's just poison.
The best poison. Okay.
Mm.
He will go over and pluck one and try it.
Okay. It's sweet. Has small seeds near the middle, kind of akin to a blueberry. The flavor is a cross between a blueberry and a cherry.
Ooh.
It's really juicy. Like there's a snappy skin, and then when you sort of pop it, it's just very juicy. Kind of like washes over your tongue. It makes your salivary glands kind of release a bit of saliva, and you kind of when you swallow the mouthful of all the liquids gathering. You feel it kind of travel down, and as it settles into your stomach, there's a weird sensation where it's like, right, okay, you felt that, and now it feels like your stomach is just filled. Like if you had any edge from needing to eat or any hunger, it is satiated almost instantly.
Well, as to not try and disturb you anymore, I'm going to collect a few of these. These are absolutely wonderful. I'm going to collect a few of these for my companion. A lot of our food got stolen recently, so I think this will be a major help. Thank you.
Yes. Help yourself, and do not pardon your visitations. I will remind you, I have been trapped down here for centuries all alone. It is nice to see someone again.
Well, Anyway, thank you. And he will pick. Let's go with a handful, like 6,
Okay.
and slip them into a pocket, and go back up.
Sure thing.
He will call out to Edelweiss. Edelweiss, if you don't mind for a minute, I have some interesting news.
They're gonna change the cloak back. Well, I mean,
Mhm.
they're gonna change it into leather. Oh, sorry, not leather. I meant to say a velvety green cloak,
Okay.
velvety deep emerald,
Mhm.
and pop their head out. You need a
Um,
knife?
No, I was talking to Kalina, and got some more information about where she's from. Place called Viridian, on where would be today the northern shores of Silgaris. So that's an interesting development. And also, he will pull out a berry. The foliage down there has grown quite a bit. In fact, including these berries. And these berries are delicious. And she says they'll be able to sustain someone for a day. Each one for a day. So, and he'll hold out. Would you like one? It'd probably help. It tastes amazing.
I apologies. I'm still not quite comfortable with the idea. I think I'll just wait until
But
they come back from hunting. If they for courtesy, I do have to ask if that name rings a bell. I don't think so, but I do have to ask for courtesy.
Which name?
Viridian.
Sure. History check.
Okay, first roll of the day. 9. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, I have a 2 on that. That's a dirty 20.
The name rings a bell for you, Edelweiss, in that out of your book collection back home, there is one book that spoke of Viridian, but not in a historical sense, in that it was a book of poetry by a poet from a place called Viridian, and the poets were more or less odes to the country and its very natural and lush green beauty.
Do I remember how old that book was?
All you know is that it was very old. If it wasn't for a little bit of expert help, the book probably would have deteriorated into nothing by now.
I mean, it's probably been transcribed, maybe, to a different book.
Fair point. At this point, probably
Yeah.
did. In which
Probably
case,
there would-
the original,
book, maybe?
yeah, the original would belong in the collection to your father.
Fair
And so
enough.
much that it's, you know, it's thousands of years old.
And how much do I know about geography to know? I mean, I probably know enough about geography that the place would exist, especially since I've heard. I probably heard someone say that, but whatever.
Yeah. Again, you don't know where such place would have been. You do know where Silgaris is. So when Nikolai, begins telling you northern shores of Silgaris, you're like, yeah, so the continent south from here, somewhere around there. But there's really no correlation between what you've read and what you've been told versus what there is now. It just wasn't relevant in your teachings.
Yeah, of course. I had to do the courtesy because it's like, you hear a name, does it remind you of something? Anyways, that's. I vaguely feel like a part of such a place, but why not a name that's used, is it? Old. But I don't know much of it.
I wouldn't mind looking into it, as Kalina would rather be anywhere else but here, and I would rather someone not be forced to live like this for
Yes, that's what.
however long.
That's unfortunate, but not surprising. Edelweiss is like looking at that berry and more and more being like, not a great idea. Nope, I don't like this. But they're not going to show it, evidently.
Well, anyway, that was it. I'm sorry to interrupt if I did.
It's fine. Not much to do at the moment.
Well, he'll small nod and go back and sit down.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a little bit happier that he's done, was a little bit more productive
Mm-hmm.
and wasn't stolen.
Probably going to take some notes on everything you've learned.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
In the meantime, anything pressing for Edelweiss?
Nothing pressing, just flavor text.
Well, you're more than welcome to deliver some if you'd like. Otherwise, I'm going to invite our hunters back.
Okay. Probably when they noticed that Nikolai was gonna pop downstairs. Wait, I'm gonna assume yes, but I always have to ask, does, my dad understand at least, Infernal?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he would, because,
Yes.
Dad.
You have found he speaks many, many languages.
I believe so. Otherwise probably wouldn't use Infernal that much, but considering their present situation, they're just gonna mumble down, holding their, crystal in hand, and... I did not do well. Perhaps we'll talk about this sometime. I'll try to mend as much as I can. But I'm used to being around people at home and not enough with others. What was that? Stunted relations with it. I'll just, then they're just gonna, like, rip their hand, whenever it is time, we can talk a bit. Until then, I hope it is all well, and if it is bright tomorrow, we might get some more information. They're just gonna try to think of something else to say, but kind of be like, frustrated and
kind of trail off.
Sit down a bit, and I guess that was winter break, and not too long before Nikolai came up. Also, just like adjust cloak or wrap around body, and that's it. That's the flavor text.
Okay. Spicy, some might say. We are going to take the first bio break.
Yeah.
And we're going to come back, like, roughly just past the top of the hour, you know? I'll generously put 5 past. But, if we're back before then.
In a minute.
No problemo. I'm gonna go get cake.
Sounds like a good use of your break.
What kind of cake is it?
Chalky.
Oh, chalky cake.
Oh, chalky cake.
Who likes chalk in their cake?
Right. BRB.
What is socialization? Sounds fake, but okay. Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them their slaves. Your slaves. Fuck. I've been thinking about that all week. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Are you done making... Oh, okay. Goodbye.
No, I'm here. I'm just eating.
Are you done chiding me, Owl?
I'm not afraid of eating on camera.
Owl
Maybe.
chiding me as soon as I was having a conversation with you.
That was amazing.
You can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways.
Huh. Whatever. At least I'm not the first one. Looks at Mordehine.
No.
I guess I'm gonna turn my camera back on because I can't be a coward and hide my
Yep.
food.
Yep.
Well, when I get internet in this house.
Internet. This is the first meal I've eaten today. It's rice and beans.
Wow.
This is the happiest I've
Congratulations.
ever been to have rice and beans.
Yeah.
Please eat more.
You know what's amazing? Is I wanted to say so much. Why do you be cooking as soon as we start the game though, Al? Why do you
I'm
always
not
do this?
cooking! I'm not cooking!
I know.
Hey, I've literally done it once!
And now it's all the
You're
time.
trying to start it again.
No, I
Can
didn't!
I get?
What is dire eating?
When
You should have
When was I cooking?
Some crackers or something.
Before I answer my question, what are you guys on about?
they're accusing me of always starting cooking directly before the game, and I've only ever done it once, and B, I started it an hour ahead of time. Prep time just took me longer than I thought because I don't have any knife skills.
Huh.
I ain't even
Fish
shut
and
up.
knives.
Y'all ain't got shit.
Why did
So
you
what
grab
what are
like
you eating?
some crackers or something?
I don't like snacks.
I'm eating fruit leather.
Nice.
Hey, probably should have been a barbarian then if you wanted knife skills.
I mean, me personally, I took like 3 years of culinary classes in high school, and then I didn't cook for like the
To Google
first
this.
2 years of of college, and so I don't have any knife skills anymore. It's sad.
Practice, practice, practice.
I know. I cook enough potatoes that I get that practice in, buddy.
Mm.
I just need to go get
It's like
groceries.
homemade
but I'm-
fruit by the foot.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's fruit by the foot, but without all the sugar and extra color.
It
That
does
makes
sound
me
amazing.
real hungry. I'm jealous.
It's delicious. We had some apples that were starting to go a little funny, and so I just turned them into applesauce. But I'm like, I don't want applesauce, so I put it on a baking sheet and then baked it for several hours on a low heat and took all the hydration out of it and turns it into, rollable, chewy things, and they're delicious.
Big jelly.
I was dead.
Okay. Well, is everyone back?
Well,
Yeah.
Owl nearly left.
Give her a second.
I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry. I meant to click the unmute button. I was just trying to say I love that you call them say go funny instead of go bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Not like it's gonna crack a joke or anything.
No.
Me crack
I
a
would
joke?
never.
That's
I
how
would
you
never.
know. That's how you know it's not me. If
No,
one
I'm
day
not
I
joking.
roll up and all I do is start beating up, just like if I just start saying
Wow.
puns. Whoa! Hey! Now it's ruined. I can't even finish it.
Too bad.
No, go ahead.
Speaking of me, speaking of terrible things happening to good people, Mordehine and Gwen, you guys return from your 4-hour hunting trip with an elk in tow, literally.
It's dead though. As soon as we get back, I get to work like. Nobody has any cooking skills. Does anybody else have cooking skills? Someone
Skills
else can cook, right?
or utensils at this point.
Okay. Good to know. I'm going to start like setting out things like I'm going to start setting out meat on like racks over the fire to like smoke it and preserve it and dry some strips, do as
Okay.
much as I can to preserve it.
So where are the
same
racks coming
song-
from?
Oh god, I don't know. Gonna go get some sticks.
Okay, get some sticks. Those
Gonna go
won't.
get some
Go play
sticks.
fetch, owl.
Yeah,
Play,
yeah.
play
They'll
fetch.
self.
Fuck
They'll self smoke once they set ablaze. It'll be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some. I'm just gonna spend a couple hours doing that. And I don't think we have to go over the nitty gritty of that, but
No.
I would like to talk to Helena afterwards.
Yep.
If,
Do you want to make a new survival check, or do you want to roll over that 17 from earlier?
I'll roll over that 17 if I can, sir.
Yes, you can. Okay. Well, yeah, Gwen, you're going to spend a couple of hours probably in the enclosed spot of the fort with a broken out wall, given doing it out in the snow would be a bit unpleasant. Preparing the elk.
Set the skin up to can too.
Yep.
Nikolai would let the two know about the berries he has and would give them one.
Hey, look, berries that
say
conveniently fix your problem.
Lars is
look.
like, yeah.
Gwen
But Lars
stares
is
at
like-
elk.
Lars is like, I mean, I just ate, but thank you.
How was your 4-hour slog through a snowstorm? Here's some berries that remedy all of our problems.
It's not my fault you guys didn't ask the dryad first.
Ah, well. Lars would, at this point, just go to Nikolai and just say, as you can see, we've been very successful in our hunt. Sorry, it took an hour longer than we said we were, but we headed south. We saw very large tracks, and he'll open up his journal, kind of open it up to the specific page before showing. He would have written on like another piece, and he don't want you to see any other things, but he'll show you like how big it was, his like rough sketch, rough estimate, and say, I think we discerned that would I be right in saying, DM, that those were the guys that robbed us?
Given that Gwen found a print matching the Biggins print outside the fort, yeah, that's actually the thing that connects the two.
Yeah, so Lars would go like, this is the paw print of the thing that robbed us, and he'll sort of like hold it out, but you can't like take it. He's not going to give you his journal.
It also folds out like like a pinup in a magazine. It's got like 6 or 7 folds to accommodate the 3-foot diameter.
I mean, for flavor, yes.
Nikolai pulls out a very weirdly specific page just like it and starts sketching.
Lars were like, oh, you got the same make too as my notebook. How's the one with
Weird.
the fold out? And he'll leave you to do that, and he'll say, I'm basically what I'm trying to do, Dyer, I'm trying to guesstimate how far south we went, and then guesstimate how far we went east, just to have like a sort of a plan of, a lay of land, so to speak.
Sure.
If you know.
Well, given the weather conditions, which were not favorable, getting some numbers. You would have traveled about 2 hours south, and then you would have traveled about an hour south, so about 2.5 miles. Again, given the inclement weather, and then about a mile east before really, finding this game that you have brought home with you.
Again, this is going to be relayed to Nikolai in a sort of like this is where we went. We went south for an hour, went this way, found the elk, killed it, blah 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 blah. Okay, and then obviously he'll be like, so how have you been entertaining yourselves?
Oh, yes. And he will relay all the information about Viridian, Solgaris, Jade Owl, the clan that was Gilderock, just and Venom House, and just info bomb. That
Yeah. So for this info bomb, for this info bomb that I am receiving, can I roll a D100 to sort of get more information out of what I have been told?
You can certainly try.
Because I'm going for the Hail Mary right here. This is Hail Mary stuff. Is that my... Yeah, that's it. Okay, right. So, percentage dice. Here we go. No, that's outside. Roll it again. It's rubbish. Roll it again. Nah, that's a 21.
Yeah, nothing really drives itself to the forefront. You definitely know... there are people in your past who you feel like might know some information about this, like the Gilderock clan. You feel like you probably know someone who knows something about that, but you don't know it. You'd have to go speak to some friends of friends.
Yeah, Lars would say, I knew a dwarf very well. He was our production leader at the factory for all the weapons that we were making. His name was Eric Rudigum. He was very good at his trade. He actually, in fact, he made poetic justice. He was one of the finest makers of anything. Obviously, as you know, dwarves they like their perfection, and with the rifle, you can see how good he was. I'll probably have to ask him about the dwarf clan name. Would the island of Lars' favorite whiskey would have been mentioned?
No, not directly, but like not the island's name, but talking about Silgaris, Lars would know that's where it is nearby, because it's an island off of the coast of Silgaris. So like he could connect those threads.
I'll just take that as I know where that is. That's all I'm going to take that as. And yeah, he'll just say, but apart from that, I'm sorry I cannot add any information on what you already know. But I'm glad you got the information.
Then also, if I would talk about the runes and their meaning and the order, they mean something, but I don't know what that something is. It's not relevant to. It is not in a relevancy that I would know. But very interesting, and these berries are very, very good. And we should each keep one on us just in case. They will at least help extend the length of our food supplies.
Sounds like a very good idea. I'll take you up on that offer. We obviously have a very big elk to have as well. So I think provisions for now will suffice until we head out to try and find our stuff again. But this is the longer we wait, the further away it's gonna get. So, and he'll sort of like he'll sort of like look at you in a hopeful way, but then as he turns to look away, he'll sort of look a bit less gloomy and turn to walk away to his corner to greet Portia and offer her some little food as well.
Out of character, an interesting use of a spell. Would the spell locate footprint if you specify a certain type of them?
That is a good question.
It's more like a mark, not an object.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of footprint you're finding as an object.
Yeah, if it were a cast of a footprint, I suppose.
Yeah.
A mold.
That's it. But it's like a print. That's a mark on something, not an object.
Yeah, I mean, you're also not familiar with them either, I guess would be an argument to make.
But with the drawing, and I could the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel.
It would just point you southward. Yeah. I mean, you could try.
Yeah.
As to how it would work out if you do it, we would see. But knowing how the spell works and what you're trying to do it with, the information you already have, which is you've seen the track, you know they've headed south, you get all that information as it is already. Along with perhaps just more specifically telling you where particular footprints are in a 1,000-foot radius.
Couldn't hurt to ask.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Also, hello, Kyle. Glad you could join us.
Me too.
Would you like us to continue, burning a little time while it sounds like you eat?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, Hunter's returning. Moldaheim speaking to Nikolai. Gwen working on taking care and dressing the elk carcass, along with trying her best to arrange it in a way that can be properly smoked and handled, given that most of the equipment that was provided that would have made it easy has been taken. What is your next driving need? You guys have discovered food source, 2 food sources, one of which you brought back, the other one of which is being provided by the plant being in the basement below. Yes?
I would like to go talk to Polina whenever I'm done with elk duties.
Okay, it's gonna be a couple of hours.
Figured. About what time?
Big elk. Probably about 4 p.m.
All right. And the snow's coming down just as heavy.
It is lightening up.
Good to know.
Yeah. Visibility has increased. And at that juncture, you also only have maybe about 2 hours of sunlight left.
No sign of Kenna yet?
Not that you're aware of.
Okay. Whenever I wrap up with that, I'm just gonna clean the blood off my hands and walk down to the Dryad Cavern. I don't really have a name for it.
No, just the cavern, I think, is appropriate.
Alright. What's it look like when I go down there?
As mentioned earlier, the cavern, the foliage and greenery has expanded about threefold. It has grown outwards from there, creeping up the sides of the dwarven structure, growing closer to the door, and just kind of laying lush grass all along the way. There are the beginnings of young trees starting to grow. They're about 3 feet high already. Numerous new bushes and other plants, many of which are now either blooming with flowers or producing berries of some kind.
Is there any light down here?
There is no light.
Neat.
Mm-hmm.
Do I recognize any of the plants that are down here?
Nature check.
Okay. 8.
No.
Okay.
All of them look incredibly foreign.
Cool.
And especially not to the climate of any of the areas you've ever been to.
Fair. Yeah, I call out to Polina, assuming I don't see her when I walk in.
She tends to spend most of her time near and around the river. But she's kind of hard to miss now, given that she is taller than she once was.
Yeah.
She's shot up about 6 inches. Her frame has gotten a bit more dense. Again, the comparison was a child going into about a mature teenager.
All right. I like what you've done with the place. I'm saying this in Dwarven.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you would be able to help us with this, but we have a bit of a fodder problem. We have 3 horses upstairs that we haven't been able to feed. I don't know if you might be able to do anything about that. Our best bet so far has been to put them in the courtyard. There's some grass growing there, but the snow has covered it up, so they haven't been able to eat.
She contemplates for a moment. I can affect the grass above in the courtyard to continue growing, suitable enough to feed a handful of equines. And along with that, now that I am free and gaining control of my sense of self again, will be able to affect the trees in the same area and force the snow to melt. It will provide a reasonable enough grazing area for such animals.
Thank you.
Of course.
Incredible. Thank you.
Least I can do, given that you've saved me.
Of course. Actually, I'm curious. You don't know of a plant called a cinder blossom, do you?
Wrong dice. Gives you a quirked eyebrow and a bit of a surprised look. I do, in fact.
One of ours found a recipe for a potion, some sort of concoction, that requires bud, I believe, part of the flower for the recipe itself. I was just curious if you even knew about it or were able to manifest it. I'm not sure the extent of your powers.
Cinder blossoms are unique in that they can only grow in certain areas that have been exposed to or have direct connection to the elemental plane of fire. You will typically find them growing along the base of volcanoes or in the tunnels around them or underneath them. I cannot manifest one here. Nor do I have the relevant knowledge to grow one on my own. That would be something the Enchantress would be capable of doing, but not one such as I.
Enchantress?
Yes, the leader of my kind.
Nah. That one you called the Jade Owl?
No. The Jade Owl was a mortal. One of the humanoid races. An elf, to be precise.
I apologize for the confusion. I wasn't here for the initial conversation.
No, I understand.
Thank you. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Now that you've had a little bit of time to breathe.
I'm recovering my strength.
I see that. Do you know how long it will be before you recover entirely from what you went through?
Probably the better part of another 5 or 6 moons. But while I'm anchored to this place, I will never fully recover. Given the hostile environment that I am not accustomed to.
You might be leaving here shortly, you know. You'll
As
right
I was
away, so-
informed.
So you beat me to the punch on that one. So you will be alright by yourself then.
I am, comparative to the weather, accustomed to that.
Good to know. Thank you. I'll leave you to your recovery. I did not mean to intrude.
Feel free to visit anytime.
Of course.
And she just sort of returns to tending to some of the plants.
Gwen wants to know about plants. She goes back upstairs. And just stops for a minute to scritch on the horses. Because good things are coming to them. And goes back to join the rest of the party.
Okay.
Goes back to cooking. What's up?
Al or Gwen, always doing some cooking.
Always.
How's a Kyle doing?
Tired, but I made it.
We are grateful for that.
We are.
Would you like to speak on some discourse as to what Kenna has been up to?
Sure. Did they get my messenger?
Yes, they did.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so, and Kenna spent the time, to ritual cast that in the middle of the forest. She then decided that there's no way they stayed here in the forest. They have to be in the mountains. And she headed straight into the mountains.
Okay.
Straight eastward, straight into the range.
Westward, but yes.
Westward, yeah.
Okay. And your pursuits continue after them directly?
Yep. And within about 30 minutes would also cast Long Strider on myself.
Okay.
That lasts for an hour, non-concentration.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and click it so it takes it off of my page.
Yep.
And she would go, keep going. So wherever she was until she's actually like in rock.
Oh yeah. Doesn't take you a whole heck of a long time to get there.
And then she would have tried to find like a high vantage point that still has eyes over the forest.
Easily enough.
So, climbing up crags and, you know, cliff faces or whatever she has to. Even if it's just going around and, you know, I'm not, and I have no wild shapes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just doing this as Kenna.
Yep.
Also, I just need a little update on time, because I can't remember when I had already, like, I thought it was evening when I left the fortress. Or no, it wasn't.
It wasn't. It was in the morning.
Okay.
It was about, it was roughly 7:30. Their timeline puts them at about 4:30 now.
Okay. Yeah, so I had a plan. I thought about all day at work. Was going up to where I could still have eyes and ears over the forest, up in the rocks, up in the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Or on the mountain. And was going to, after, I don't know how long it takes me to get up there, but I'm gonna head that way.
Yeah. To get to your vantage point, it's gonna be like the better part of an hour. The long strider helps quite a bit.
Okay. And I would try to find the most outward, like the most outwardly, you know, vantaged point towards the forest. So if there's like jagged that go like this for the walls, like to pick the one furthest into the forest.
Okay.
And then so it's like still in the morning time, right?
Yeah, that's probably it's. The sun is like probably finally just risen, so it's probably like 9:30.
Okay. I want getting up here into the rocks. I want to see if I can find any signs of like a camp or anything up here.
Survival check.
Oh, I forgot. I can do these things. Cool. It's a strong start today. Great. 7 plus 6, so a 13.
If it makes you feel any better, you're blending in perfectly with the rest of the group.
Cool.
Um,
Sounds great.
yeah. It's been good. Your trek up into the mountains to get a better vantage point and to get a little closer to what you believe their preferred terrain is mostly fruitless in that it does not turn up any obvious signs of if they stopped to rest where that was done.
Can I recall back to the stories I heard and what I was taught about them? To try and remember what their preferred animal shape would be.
Sure. I mean, I'll give you at least a freebie. You can make a history check to try to pull more. But given their Lycan bend, they spend a lot of time as wolves.
As wolves.
As wolves, yeah, predominantly wolves.
This is also, I'm trying to remember if their whole clan was like a small circle of druids, or if they just had druids like we did.
It's like your clan. Their clan is much smaller, but they have. Make a history check. You know that comparatively they are like your clan, where they are not all druids, but they are all Lycans. But I can give you more specifics if you roll well.
13 plus. What was my history again? 2. 15. Can't do math.
15.
Run saw too long. Can't math.
Yeah. Out of their clan, they have 2 druids.
Okay.
You have the druid keeper and the druid's apprentice.
Alright, well, my long strider would have wore off after the hour.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to, at a slow pace, make my way further into the mountain.
Okay.
And knowing that they prefer wolves, look for vegetated spots. Because wolves bed in vegetation.
Okay. You can make your choice, survival or a nature check.
I don't know why I bothered putting my d20 back in this case. That's stupid of me. Good. 19 total.
That's pretty good. Which of the 2 was it? Survival?
Survival.
Okay. You push your way deeper into the rocky outcrops of the mountain, ascending occasionally, taking your time in doing so. Another hour's worth of hiking turns up a small nestled nook wherein you find the remnants of what looks like several deer. A lot of chewed bones, pretty much all of any mentionable food or viscera completely gone. And roll D100 for me.
Okay. It's not an ominous number or anything.
No, not at all. It's a good thing, I promise.
Yeah, huh? The number first, just to get that out of the way. That's a 0, so this can only go one of 9 ways.
Can you
That is
even,
how that
Huggy?
works. Yeah.
Can you even?
Y'all.
It's fine. Really. It's not an actual. It's not like a super legit D100 roll. It's not like one of the end of the day ones that could cause a terrible thing to happen. This is just
God.
This is a generative thing.
That oh god didn't sound good.
I gotta answer this work from call, but it was a 70.
Ooh, that's
Oh, a 70. That's not bad at all. He was
that's great.
he was gonna make it sound like there's gonna be something terrible.
Exactly.
So the way you say, oh, a 70.
Yeah, right. Like, heck, anything above a 5 would have been fine. Anything below that would have been terrible.
Oh boy.
Alright.
Perfect. Amidst the ravaged bones and remains of what looks like a small group of deer, you find scattered about the remains of this over this rocky outcropping, the remains of what looks like a handful of belongings from your campsite.
I quickly breeze through them and look for a violin.
Okay. A quick once-over reveals to you no violin.
Wait, how much stuff is there that I have to actually dig through this? Is there a pile of our shit?
It's not huge, no. It's kind of scattered about. Like, they either didn't care, or at this point it was too much of a hassle to be bothered. It's a lot of like the campfire cookware, the pots, pans.
I guess I'll go around and collect all of it and pile it all together,
Okay.
so I can see what they actually took and what they kept.
Yeah. So you, when you pile everything together, you
And
find.
I will say I do know it was in the bag because I had to put it all back once.
Yeah. You find 3 mess kits, 2 bed rolls, and one of the tents.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave it here. I can't hear that shit back.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, and they were sort of just like discordantly just like thrown around. Like, if you imagine like a wolf going, oh yes, this large piece of canvas is a blanket to me, and grabbing it with their mouth and then rolling around in it, that's basically what it looks like happened.
Okay.
Like, they're covered in dirt and piss, and it's just, it's recoverable, but it's not super pleasant.
No, I'm gonna just kind of put that all right here and just leave it.
Mm-hmm.
Make a mental note of when I walk out where I'm at. By the way, which I will do that by using my background feat, Outlander.
Yep.
So I know exactly where this place is.
Yep, you're good at remembering stuff.
And I'll try and find tracks from in here.
Sure. No, another survival check.
Wow. Really just 13. 7 plus a 6.
It's tough. Weather has not been super favorable as of late, and it's difficult to track a group of individuals that you know are very good at moving through this kind of terrain.
Is there a campfire?
There is not.
There was no campfire.
There is no campfire or remains of a campfire.
They just dogpiled on each other. Never mind.
But you're not wrong.
Dogs? Yes. A bunch of dogs? Yes.
I was just gonna say, bunch of
That's a 4-letter word around here.
Alright. I'm going... How long did it take me to get here? Because I was moving at a slow pace.
Yeah, this has been, well, like, to get back to forest level, it's like you've been out for like 2 hours, and that first hour had Longstrider assisting you, so it'll probably take you a bit more than that to get back.
Cool. I'm gonna keep going into the mountain.
Okay.
I don't know what the weather's like, so...
Not nice. Not nice. It is not blizzarding, but it is heavily snowing.
I flip at the middle finger and continue.
This is like a sunny walk in the park for you. Okay. Well,
I'll start. Yeah, I'll keep going.
Okay.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
no, I'm not gonna do that. Nope, never mind. We're gonna keep going.
Okay. All right, another hour-long stint. I'm assuming you're looking for anything to follow in pursuit, so
I am, but in specific following, yes, using already known knowledge of like what a wolf would look for to try and instead of follow them, but just look for what I would look for as a wolf. Like you know, like knowing what wolves want to like not try and worry about following tracks, but then just go for what I would know that they'd want to go for to
Right.
save time. Because if I take a different path to get where they went, that's fine.
right. Well, the only trick to this whole scenario is that they're not just out here surviving. You know, they're currently migrating. They're moving to their next location of residence for a season.
So they're gonna look for another pass.
Yeah.
So my other thing was I wanted to keep going, and then I wanted to find another kind of rocky outcropping
Mm-hmm.
that goes into the mountain instead of the forest.
Okay.
To get, I want to see if there's a valley or if there's like a drop off and it opens up or something. I want to see.
Okay.
Oh yeah, party. I'm continuing westward.
Going deep. All right. Well,
Well, yeah.
yeah. We're gonna keep up with the survival check.
Oh, that's a good number. That's a, what is that? That's a 16 plus a 6.
Oh,
20, 22?
that's-
22.
Yeah, that's good. 22 gets you the wisdom of a wolf and the direction you choose to path, along with knowing some of the more ancient druidic migration routes that various clans take. They're more or less hidden pathways for the clans to use to get to various different parts of the mountain range over the course of their more nomadic movements. You manage to find one, and in doing so, find and pick up the trail of this clan. They very clearly padded their way through here at some point. And after following it for another hour, it basically ascends very steeply. And then when you get to the top, it descends and then becomes a switchback down the side of a mountain where it opens up into a small valley that is enclosed on all sides by mountain. It is thick with dense trees, of which have not lost any of their green color, but are dusted in snow. And off in the distance, you can see a huge cascading waterfall. Let's see, by this point, about 12:30. The brightest point of the day.
I take a lunch.
Okay.
I have one ration.
The ration will feed you for the day.
But joke's on y'all, I also have good berries.
Druids.
So I take a lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Can short rests be 30 minutes or they need to be an hour?
They need to be an hour.
Motherfucker. Alright, I take an hour long lunch. It's more than I got today. And yeah. Take an hour long lunch. I think about it. I process that there's a big fucking waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
I look at what's ahead of me. And then when my lunch is over, I get both my wild shapes back.
You do. Short rest.
Steep cliffs going down, an open valley kind of here with switchback trailing, and then it goes to a big waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
Is that waterfall like sited by like shale siding, like steep, just vertical rock? Is it kind of like jagged? Is it kind of
it would.
not that tormenting? Is it not like really tall, or I guess
It's-
not real wide?
It's quite tall. It is not very wide.
Is it like one of those ones that like trickles over rock?
No, it's not small as in, it's not Niagara Falls, but it's probably about. Hang on, I'm getting. It's probably about 30 feet across, and it's got a good, strong, steady flow.
Alrighty. How far away is that from me? That I can see because I'm.
Yeah, from where you're at, yeah, because you're up really high. It's probably about like 4 miles.
Okay. I'm gonna be very transparent. I know I didn't get inspiration points. I also
That's
didn't
okay.
take a long rest, so I still have both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And my temporary hit points.
Yep, that's how this works.
So, do you have any ruling, good sir, on the amount of buffs you can give yourself that aren't concentration?
No. As long as there isn't an obvious reason why something would conflict, I take no problem with it.
I cast jump, long strider, and then I wild shape.
Yeah, all fine.
Gonna Hulk smash your way through the forest, just jump. Jump.
That's hang on. I have a jump calculator for this exact purpose.
Oh my god.
So Kenna is this tall. What's Kenna's strength score? Is it 14?
Her strength?
Yeah.
14. Dexterity? 14.
Let's see.
Con? 14.
Yep.
Intelligence? 14.
Fair enough. With the jump spell active, oh, and actually, I'm sorry. What was the wild shape you were taking? Because okay, wolf. Okay, in which case you probably have well, I guess it doesn't matter. But what is the wolf strength score? Because that will affect your jumping. 12. Nope. Yeah, you can take.
No, it's all of them.
Is it literally all of them, even the physical stats?
Oh no, I think physical stats are stuck to the animal. One
Yeah,
second.
that's-
I will.
That's always been my understanding. The mental stats and proficiencies and abilities you can all pick the better of. But the physical stats, I thought
you
were
retain your alignment, personality, and then wisdom, charisma, and intelligence.
yeah.
You also retain all of your skill and saving throw proficiencies in addition to gaining those of the creature. And then it's if the creature has the same proficiency as you, use the and the bonus in its stat block is higher than yours, use the creature's bonus instead of yours.
Yeah, no, you get the physical stats of the beast. If you have proficiency in a save or an ability score or an ability check of some kind, you get the proficiency, but otherwise the physical stats are replaced by the beast stat block that you take. So you will lose a tiny bit of jumping.
What is? Okay. Does it have proficiency in athletics?
It does not.
Because I do.
Well, then you are a slightly more buff wolf.
Cool.
And,
Double checking.
yeah, and that being said, with jump cast on yourself, you have a long jump of 36 feet and a high jump of 12 feet, as long as you get a 10-foot running head start. And you run 50 feet per 6 seconds.
I go vroom vroom.
Yes. I'm a little disappointed that this wasn't a mountain goat, but, you take what you can
Well,
get.
this is why. Because at my vantage point, as I wild shape, I let out the loudest howl I can for call and response.
Okay. Well, let's see how that goes. Because we about to find out.
Does Gwen activate?
Gwen's not going to hear this. Kenna's
I'm out in the middle of the woods. We're out in the
Kenna's
middle of the woods.
Kenna's way too far away. Yeah, but she's in the middle of the mountains now.
Sound bounces around.
This ain't carrying.
She might be deaf from the shot as well that I fired. Ringing of the ears.
Okay. You send out a calling howl to see what answers back. And pretty swiftly, from somewhere on the other side of this valley, you get an echoing answer of howls back. Several, over a dozen. One of which you notice is much deeper and louder than all the others.
I howl back in the tone to portray the lost and separate from a pack noise.
Okay. It's gonna be a weird one. So, are you proficient in deception?
This is the moment where I know I'm not, but I'm also
Yeah.
looking no.
But I feel like that's a no. That doesn't seem like a kind of thing. In which case, make a wisdom check. This would have been a deception wisdom check. But it's
well, I'm
just a wisdom check.
I was one away. I rolled a 19, so that's a 22.
Still pretty good.
I wanted that 20 so bad.
The response you receive is one that beckons you to find them.
And I go vroom vroom.
And you go vroom vroom. Okay, well, you descend the switchback. You climb down various rock faces, kind of skidding and sliding as you go. Eventually descending into the valley floor itself, where it's kind of flat, snow-covered area for a bit, and then it becomes very dense with trees. You get about halfway through where you run into a partially frozen stream, which you suspect is what the waterfall is currently spilling into.
I stop for a second, drink some water,
Okay. Very cold, but very refreshing.
dunk my head in real quick, shake it off, and keep running.
Okay.
You always
You
gotta hydrate during a race. All right.
Yeah, it's smart. It's smart. You continue to run.
I'm using every advantage I get from jump and long strider.
Yeah. Clearing, potentially difficult terrain. Jumping over, like fording various gaps in rock. It's you make really, really great time. Eventually, finding yourself nearing the other side of the valley, where the waterfall is not too distant. It is when you get nearer that you're being pretty active in your whole thing here. Make a perception check for me.
What's the wolves?
Oh,
Wolf has a perception of +6. Better than mine.
really?
Yeah.
With your proficiency. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't take it, so. 10.
Okay. You get into an area where you more or less kind of pinpointed where the howls were echoing from, knowing that near the waterfall was the best choice. when you kind of get into the area and you're continuing to try to figure out where you need to go, it is when emerging from in between a couple of trees and sort of shaking off a fine dusting of snow that there are two large winter wolves that come padding out of the forest in front of you. They have pure white fur, slightly grayed underbellies, but the thing that becomes the most obvious to you is that many parts of their fur have bone beads and various other little trophies sort of tied off into their fur. That is a very obvious telltale sign that these are no normal winter wolves.
Probably druids.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Considering I know that there are two of them.
Well,
You know, that's actually a really good question. Hold on. Backtrack real quick. Pause. Record scratch.
Okay.
When Kenna wild shapes,
Uh-huh.
does any of her hair ornaments stay affixed?
They can if you want. That's a druid wild shape gets to choose.
That's one of those. Well, I just meant like that's one of those things that would absorb technically if you wanted it to.
Yeah, but you could also choose for it not to absorb.
Okay.
Druid wild shape has a lot of flexibility, unlike lycanthropy that doesn't have
Well,
a
yeah.
choice. Lycans go,
Or-
I'm a dog.
or polymorph.
Well, these are human clothes. I can't make these fit me. Whereas druids can go, oh, that 200-pound backpack, that's inside me now for some weird reason.
Yeah, it's just like Pirate Brand is currently stuffed inside me as a wolf.
Yep, somewhere. That was a Red Riding Hood reference to be had somewhere in there, I'm sure.
And there he goes.
Yeah.
Okay. I would think... No, they wouldn't be visible right now. Wait. How far away are they from me?
About 30 feet.
Like, make wolf noises. Not whimpers. I'm not injured.
Mm-hmm.
But more like, just like, just the average greeting. A little bit of huffs here and there. And I don't sit still. I don't sit or stand still. I kind of just like walk, trying to see if they'll circle. But I'm gonna try and like get close, like just kind of like look, like take a look at them.
Okay.
Has Kenna ever seen winter wolves?
Yes. They exist in these mountain ranges, and they are, for at least several of the clans that have more of a Goliath bent to them, they are used as clan animals. They are great hunting companions. They are great defenders, because winter wolves are huge and powerful, and they have an unusual connection to the cold. So much so that they even have minds that are capable of comprehending and speaking languages. Winter wolves have their own language, but they have also learned, after being used in tribes long enough, they can learn to speak giant.
There we go. See, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't really want to do. All right. So after trying to get a look at them, I then just sit down. I don't lay down. I sit.
Yep.
And I just want to see what they do.
They both sort of just give you a moment where they just observe. Noticeably, one has ice blue colored eyes. The other one has a bit more of a flatter brown color. Where they just sort of take a moment where they...
The one thing Kenna can't hide in any wild shape is her
Yes.
color.
Yep. They have their moment of observing you. And then, kind of unceremoniously, they sort of turn, and then once they've about faced, the one with the ice blue eyes looks over their shoulder and sort of gives you an abnormally not animal gesture of a nod with their head in the direction they're walking. And then they begin just sort of padding off towards the west, where the waterfall is.
I will follow. How long until my 2-hour wild shape is up?
About
How long
an
until the gig is up, basically?
yeah, about another hour,
Okay.
like
I
a
guess
solid
they
60
probably-
minutes.
They probably already know, but I meant like, yeah, how long until the forceful gig is up?
Yeah, yeah, 60 minutes starting from that moment.
Okay. So that means both Jump and Longstrider are gone. I follow.
Okay. You will follow them and find exiting the dense trees out of the forest. You will come up to a flat, sheer part of the mountain here in the valley that is covered in ice. Where you finally realize that it looks like part of this waterfall has in fact frozen over from part of it and is only running partially. And through this sheet of ice, you can see through this crystalline protection that there is a cave behind part of the waterfall here. And they sort of just pad around and walk behind this ice sheet into where this cave would be.
I'm not gonna walk into their house trying to lie to them. Before they walk behind the waterfall, Kenna just like makes a noise, like calls out and snaps a little bit, like calls out and like bites to make that noise to get their attention.
Yeah. One of them will stop. The one with the ice blue eyes will stop and turn and look at you.
And I drop Wild Shape.
Okay.
And then I take a knee. And wait for them to react.
All right. The white-furred wolf before you will morph and change, and you will hear the snapping of bones and the tearing of flesh, and you will watch as tufts of fur kind of fall away, and you see before you a large, pale-skinned, bit of a tinge of blue Goliath standing before you.
Also a Frost Goliath?
Definitely. The tattooing style that adorns most of their body definitely tells you as such. Goliaths have a thing for cultural tattoos, especially these druid clans. And so the frost giants in this area have a bit of a style. And he is covered from almost head to toe in these very ornate, swirling, Celtic-esque tattoos. Will stand there and stare at you with these piercing ice blue eyes.
I lock eyes with him. I don't keep my head down, but I do take that knee.
And why have you summoned aid? Why are you here?
Well, this was a chase to begin with. But then I really had my own reason for finding you. The reason I started following you or looking for you is because I know you took the stuff from that fortress. The second
bit of a smirk.
reason I wanted to find you as I followed you and passed over this mountain range. I wasn't aware that your tribe had such a closer range to the humans. I was taught about you, as most people are taught about everyone else around them, but I thought y'all stayed away. Definitely further than the fortress.
We like to range closer. We let them know occasionally what is hiding further into the woods. We like to keep those creatures that build their structures and mar the land from getting too brave. We let them know what's waiting for them. Otherwise, we keep to ourselves.
I can agree with that. She stands up. I should start off by saying, and she does pause, like looking at him. My name's Kenna, and I'm from Tuanathon. But I haven't been with my people for years. I have been alone, doing what you have been doing, it seems. Just alone, and further north.
He'll raise an eyebrow. In exile?
No. I was cast out with an agreement. I left willingly. Because I'm allowed to return once I can control my power. I was too dangerous to keep with the clan. I kept hurting everybody.
We're no strangers to that fear.
So it was either I got exiled or I left to learn how to do things the way I needed to, and then I could come back. Which led to me being raised and living with a pack of wolves farther to the north. Several days. And then I had a nightmare, and the humans showed up. And then those humans killed that pack of wolves. And so I killed all of them. This is only important because the person at that fortress that you took the stuff for them to survive, which I can actually agree with why you take people's things. I find it amusing. It's a fairly good learning point. But when he found me after I had laid waste to his own people, he brought me in. I was not there when y'all showed up. I was at the druid circle that I had found further north of that fortress. Am I here to try and get all of their stuff back? No, I could never carry it. I am after a few items, but I would also like to meet y'all and to learn from you. And like in his pause, she's like, and what I can't usually control, but have kind of learned how to, is I then walk over to the nearest tree and I set it on fire.
Interesting. You appear to be an opposite of our pack leader.
I just wanted to not lie into your home, if I may still follow you in.
A wise choice. Your honesty has granted you entry. Follow. And he turns and walks behind the barrier of ice.
I follow him.
As you pass underneath the frozen water and move into this naturally carved out tunnel behind the ice, you see within, at the immediate entrance, 4 other individuals, all of different races. One a human, one a dwarf, one a orc, probably full-blooded, and another Goliath. They're all standing there in the nude, one sort of like stretching and moving about, and you can see a small pile of discarded like fur and viscera at their feet. You suspect this was the other winter wolf that greeted you out in the forest. And they all just sort of give you a sidelong glance as you're walking through, like eyes just following your face. So if you were to make eye contact with any of them, you'd meet. But the...
I am still wearing the mask.
Yep.
Okay.
The Goliath that you spoke to continues to walk further in. And as you walk further in, you see in front of you the tunnel, after about 50 or so feet, opens up into a small round cavern where there is an underground lake. It is currently frozen, however. And you can see sort of ranging around the exterior of it, there is small sites of camping. There are hide tents arranged. There's a corner where you can see someone that's currently working away on what looks like an incredibly large set of ribs, like working the bone. And off to the side, with a reasonably sized bonfire built, that is not giving off any smoke, you see there are another 4 individuals that have gathered round. Most of which are, pretty unremarkable from that distance. The 4th of which is incredibly remarkable, because it is, and you've seen a handful of them in your time living in the mountains and moving around, it's a Yeti. And not just any Yeti. An old, well-matured, 20-foot tall Yeti. With curved, kind of bumped ram's horns in comparison, that come down to the sides of their head. They are wearing a combination of hides and leather armor. And you can see off to the side there is a very large, what looks like sword carved from bone leaning against the wall. And he's just sort of got his back leaned up against it, and is currently gnawing on what looks like the leg of something that would normally be much larger, but in his hand it looks like he's eating a chicken wing.
Let's see, is this the other Goliath?
I'm sorry?
Is this the other Goliath?
No, this is a Yeti.
Oh, okay.
This is a 20-foot tall Yeti. In the circle, there is another Goliath. Sat next to 2 others. One of which is quite small in comparison, probably a gnome. The others, middling features, but they currently have a cloak with a fur hood propped up on their head. As you get closer, the Goliath that's escorting you will sort of step off to the side, will bark something in something. It comes off almost like a language, but at the same time sounds like an animal, like a dog speaking.
Is it
It's their winter wolf tongue, yeah. And everybody sitting around this bonfire, their eyes all sort of spin and regard you, with the individual with the fur cloak lowering the hood and turning around to look at you. And you see staring back at you an elf with porcelain white skin, perfectly black, long hair that is ornately braided back into an even larger braid that vanishes behind the cloak. And they have eyes that are, the sclera are completely black, and they have silver irises. And they turn and regard you with their hands just sort of rested in their lap. It is pretty worth noting, with the exception of a piece of armor here or there, which upon further inspection you would realize if one of them were to change forms in, it'd probably stay on their body. They're pretty much all nude, with the exception of a couple of niceties here or there, or comforts. The elf will turn and look up at you with these piercing, unusual eyes. Offer you a polite, almost a smile. It's the gesture is welcoming, but you can't regard it as like joy or happiness. It's like, oh, it's so good to see you. It's just, you're welcome here. And then a small hand that will gesture to one of the empty seats nearby. Please have a seat.
Thank you. I will. I sit down.
Why is it Orcal has seen to bring you to us?
Well, I told him the truth about me finding you is two things. I would like to start off by saying it would be an honor if I could have dinner with y'all and learn from you and talk to you and hear stories. I have not been with my people for years. But the reason I started searching for you was to try and ask if I could have some of the items that y'all took from the fortress back. Not all of it. I could never carry all of it. I'm just looking for a few specific items.
So you would be allies of those that we have taken from.
You could say that, yes. Right now I am. It was dark times that I had gone through. And one of the humans there accepted me and then took me in with him. He is also the one who gathered the others, but it is my connection to him that I ask for some of the items back. Items that can't be replaced.
And these items are of such significance that they cannot be replaced.
Well, you know sentimental things. I'm sure you had one or two. I'm willing to share one of mine. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Tawanadon wine, but I have some, and it's the only skin full to ever leave the clan.
A worthy offering. Of the goods we still have, which ones would you like returned?
If you still have, would like, should be a violin. Family. Sorry. Kinda wouldn't know that. But violin, musical instruments are important and are hard to replace once you get used to it.
Is that all?
Record scratch. Did y'all lose your notebooks? Because I'm assuming y'all lost journals and notebooks.
Those, at least for Nikolai, those are kept on, like, a side thing.
Lars was untouched, so it's alright.
Nikolai sleeps with his books.
Sounds comfortable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those are important for him. Yes, he
Okay.
does keep sleep with them.
So just the violin. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
There's a damaged breastplate that I would like back.
I'm not carrying that back. Sorry.
If it makes you feel any better.
Whatever I take, I have to bring back.
He said, if it makes you feel any better, the werewolf pack was of the same opinion. They got it far enough so you wouldn't easily find it, and they ditched it somewhere.
So the raccoon has it.
Probably.
So the raccoon's got a breastplate now.
He's made a home out of it.
No, he's wearing it. He's coming for you. Either way, I look through or they don't have a pile. They asked what I'm looking for. Yeah.
She will gesture to a corner where there are a couple of obviously out of place belongings.
I prepared but didn't prepare. I just want to like peer real quick and see if there's any clothing of importance in that pile that I know would be missed or needed.
I mean,
as I try to find the document with all the stuff that was in that dang bag.
Yeah, like I said, there are a couple of fine sets of clothes. You even see a couple of handfuls of weapons, spears, axes, shields, swords, that did not belong to your party. There's more here than just you definitely think there's more here than just what they took from the group.
Where's my costume clothes? I just realized. It's wrapped up. You can't even tell it's there.
In one small section, there are actually 3 musical instruments present, of which is a violin, a lute, and a shawm. There are a couple of books, a couple of small wooden cases, several quivers of arrows, one set of finely made hide armor. There are a couple of sets of various survival gear, including fishing tackle, fishing poles. There are a couple of axes, more akin to what Kenna would probably have, versus like battle axes for fighting. You see a couple of still folded together tents, a couple of collapsible cots. Given that this area is relatively close to the Gnomish homeland, there's quite a few things here with a little bit of articulation in them that condense well down to tight little packages. And then
Those
you
are
know,
all awesome, but Kenna's not gonna lie to them.
Yep.
So, she would, because of the general gear, she would know what was there. Her reply would just be, well, like I said, stuff that you took from us, what would be important is the violin. And then I know we had a vial of antitoxin. Would just be important because I can't always be saving them.
a harsh lesson they should learn sooner rather than later. You will find it in the pile. Take both.
Thank you. Owl. Kenna doesn't know it exists. Blame him for that.
Rest in peace, owl.
Did they take her antlers? I'm assuming they took her antlers. Big oof.
They took her bottomless flask. And Kenna has no clue it exists.
They took literally everything that wasn't nailed down.
Antlers,
Oh my god,
toothpaste.
they did! Yeah, they did.
Those were on list bet. I don't see antlers on this list, sorry.
Well, I doubt she had them in her pack, so...
Yeah.
But
Your
they're all
horse is... Your horse... Oh, they were on her horse. Oh well. Quit messaging me, alright? I'm in a moment. Get
yeah,
out of here.
that's kind of rude.
Yeah, but that bottomless flask was in the backpack, or was in Nikolai's backpack, so that's gone. One of those is gonna enjoy it. One of them will enjoy that.
Not that Kenna
yeah.
would not that Kenna would notice, but the flask isn't in the remains.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what it was. But either way. Thank you. I don't know if he told you, but I am Kenna from Clan Tawanathan. Was supposed to be one of their keepers until I left. Leaving or getting exiled, but I am allowed to return once I have controlled my powers. That I am still working on. But thank you for this. And I go grab those 2 items.
Mm-hmm.
After grabbing them, may I have dinner with you?
You may stay.
Does your group... And she looks to everybody, like, because I think we're all sitting around.
There's, like I said, there's including the Goliath that walked you in here. There's 5 of you present, including you.
And does your group celebrate the Golden Moon at all?
You get a silent nod from the woman in the cloak, but at the question, the others around the circle, around this bonfire, all kind of smile very broadly. Yes. For our kind, we are given new purpose and energy on these nights. And had it not been for the marking around the fortress, we probably would not have stumbled upon those of you hiding there in the first place. But lycanthropes tend to attract one another.
They visibly see Kenna close her eyes and just nod. Take a deep breath and go, ah, yes. She has a habit of attracting others. I agree with the lesson you taught. It is amusing.
Did Calabash's lesson offend you, then? The other Lycan.
Offend the other Lycan?
You mentioned, or rather, intoned in such a way that there was another confrontation. We knew that this area is watched by another individual, one of black fur and amethyst eyes.
That's his name. Yes, he is.
Calabash.
Good to know. I did encounter him. We exchanged words, you could say. I exchanged words on behalf of our kind. The one, as you put, who made the marking.
He is rash in his actions.
He is.
But
we did not fight.
a wise choice. Given that, when angered, he is awakened to his truer self. Get more comfortable. I will tell you some of Calabash.
I get comfortable. Hey, wait, one second, real quick. And then she goes, but my end of the deal. And she pulls out the wine flask. Or the wineskin.
Alright.
It's not plenty. It is potent, so making it last until the celebration would be smart. For the Golden Moon is the only way we are able to harvest it and make it. But like I said, here you go.
She'll actually stop you. Hold it for a time. Until our celebration officially begins.
As you wish. And then Kenna settles in and listens to the stories.
Yes, and you are given a discourse on an entity known as Calabash.
The discourse.
A Lycan of ancient lineage that passes down not through the blood, but through the soul. And every couple hundred of years, depending upon the race in which the soul of Calabash inhabits, another one is born. And they are obliged to return to a stretch of the Titan's Horn mountain range to defend it against insurrection, against outsiders, against ones that would bastardize nature.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Does that line up with Kenna's previous notion of the Druid Circle Stones and the story that they told?
You're starting to think so. Especially given some of the dark imagery of the creature that seemed to change the tide of battle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, starting to draw some lines.
Kenna just thinks, oh, Gwen's just gotta piss off every other Lycan.
The most important detail about Calabash is, however, the
fucking demigod.
Yeah, the mortal host is always different. The animal that is the Lycan side that passes down through the soul is the same entity all the time. And so it keeps every ounce of experience it gains through every reincarnation. And it's sometimes some Calabash tap into it and gain all of the experience, and during their generation, they are akin to a living god. Whereas others, especially if they rail against the nature, tend not to gain any access to it whatsoever. And so you're more or less explaining that this is an eternal being. One that has not died, and apparently, by all accounts, cannot die, given that it returns back to a cycle where it will eventually be reborn into another body to attach itself to another soul.
So the only way to really get rid of it would be like to go for the soul, not for the mortal body.
Yeah. You got to get into some death magic.
High level stuff. Yep. That's Kyle talking, not Kenna, but yes.
Well, I mean, if anyone's possible to do this, Kenna's at least got the right ingredients to start building, given her associations.
But
yeah.
yes, so I listen.
Yeah, but in that time, Keeper Tawa, who is this.
Can I get that name?
I'm just gonna.
I rarely take notes, but I'm gonna get that name.
That was way too many E's in that. Hang on. There we go.
Do I put this under allies or enemies?
They're treating you very cordially, so
yes.
You can decide that.
Definitely not an enemy. Keeper. Lena elf. What is that?
They are elves that allegedly came from the moon. They have no need to eat or sleep or drink. And in some instances can be, as long as they are not killed, can be effectively immortal.
Good to know.
Yep.
So like childhood friends of
Effectively what?
Kalishtar, huh?
Mm-hmm. I said the word immortal.
Yep.
I hear it.
Yeah. I'm just assuming Kyla here is that she was alive during the first iteration of this
Yes.
Panther, and they are best bros.
That's they're
Not best bros. Distant acquaintances.
Contentious acquaintances.
It's like when you know each other from like 8th grade, but then someone moves away, and then you only see them once every 6 years.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's kind of appropriate. Given that Tala will relate experiences with Calabash, the Lycan, and knows the Lycan very well, whereas she has not always gotten along with the host. The host varies. Such as much, she would mention that the current host she is not friends with. Given the current host is trying to break away from the obligations that the soul of the Lycan is attempting to upkeep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
But you will be welcomed into the clan, and you will watch as meal preparations are done. You see them preparing. So I mentioned an enormous cleaned rib cage earlier. Something enormous in size. And you see them preparing what looks like one of them that has all of its flesh still attached to it. But it's been butchered into pieces at this point. Mm-hmm. And they do something very interesting, which is you watch. So this whole this chest cavity with the ribs and the spine of this enormous monster, they build a bonfire in the center of it to cook it. And then over the course of the next couple of hours, when the fire, they keep feeding it to the point that the fire begins bellowing out of the top.
They keep feeding it, but I'm just gonna keep control flamings it.
To do what?
Make it larger.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Harder, better, faster, stronger.
Yeah. Well, it's actually sort of one of those things that's sort of interesting. You kind of have a moment, because once you're sort of settled in, it gets pretty comfortable here. No one's treating you weirdly, and like no one's like overly eager to like come meet you. It's just like things are going as normal. There's a moment where you're watching this preparation, where you're watching some of the druids, some of the clansmen here, working on this fire for this huge piece of meat. And it's building up, but you realize you're sort of there, just kind of like thinking about it, and like idle hand gestures that sort of spark the fire. And then there'll be a moment where across the ways you'll see Tala, with her hood lowered, making a hand gesture that actually tampers the flames back down.
That's no fun.
Except it's different in the fact that you're watching as when you do it, it's the fires, they pick up and roar. She does it, you see a fine mist of ice crystals form above, and it stops it from getting too high. It's also dissipating the smoke, so this cavern does not fill. You also kind of quickly realize that's what she was doing earlier.
She makes a smile. I'm like, how? Bigger. Keeps it there. Motherfucker, does this thing not work? More! Fire!
Yep.
Just turn on.
Why isn't this gasoline lighting on? I don't know.
When the pyro can't light a fire.
Yeah. Again, it starts like, it's the fact that it's kind of like her magic's putting a top on it. There are parts where as the fat begins to render and the meat begins to move off of the bone a bit from all the things breaking down. You're watching as gouts of fire sort of erupting out the sides, because the fire is still increasing in intensity, especially since you're trying to like keep it going. It's not coming out of the top, but it's definitely coming out of the sides at this point.
There's a moment where I just give up on trying to make it really, really tall flames, and I just start changing the colors.
Okay. Again, no one acts too surprised, but there's a couple of like grunts of acknowledgement or appreciation. Especially as the night goes on, you do begin to notice the gathering of energy in this cavern. As eventually all the other, clan members come back in, and you see they have all brought back with them a couple of more pieces of game, armfuls of what look like frost-covered, hard-shelled. They almost look kind of like coconuts. But the exteriors are very rough and bumpy. These are a winter-exclusive fruit. When you crack them open, they have a green and yellow fleshy interior, not too dissimilar to like a papaya in terms of like texture and flavor. And they've brought back a bunch of other things. In one corner, you see that a couple of individuals have taken up a handful of handmade instruments. Predominantly drums. But there is one among them.
I get my drum out.
A human who has... it's not quite a lute. There is a name for this type of instrument, but I wouldn't know what to call it. If you can make a bass out of bones and sinew, that's what it is.
Okay.
And you just kind of hear the beginning of a very slow, deep, bassy rhythm starting to get gathered between the drums and this instrument. And then as the apex of the night sort of catches up, probably about like 9, where the moon sort of begins to crest and actually break through the mountainous cover around you, that everything sort of hits a fever pitch. And as I said, the energy gathered by the Lycans in this area is palpable. It's almost infectious, and all these words are super appropriate given your company.
Oh, I totally take part.
Yeah.
I mean, drum, full drum and everything.
Yeah. Like I said, the music begins to escalate into the point that you're the type, Kyle. I don't have to really get into the feeling of what it's like to be at just a concert with you feeling the lead up, and then just like the mosh just breaks out. Like,
I mean, really, it's just a winter mountain Burning Man. It's
actually, that's
what you're describing.
Yeah, you're right.
We all just went to Burning Man, but there's only like 12 of us.
No, there's at least 20 of you.
And in a cave.
Yeah.
Not in a desert.
True. Yeah. And there's a big piece of meat being burned.
Question.
Burning meat. Yeah, go on.
Is this the amount of energy and excitement that would cause, like, the emotional effect of my magic?
I would probably say yes. If anything, it's probably a bit more than you're used to. Given that, like I said, their Lycan nature, in a just a very blunt way of putting it, they sort of begin putting off pheromones that just adrenaline starts. It feels like the beginning of a hunt. And as someone who can wild shape, you get an idea of what that feels like. There's just this building that begins to start.
Okay. Yeah, she doesn't really lose control, but all of her markings would start glowing.
Okay.
Dire knows what that means.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, when this begins to happen again, it's very easy just to sort of fall into rhythm in the place here. As there's not so much ceremony as it is a brief moment of acknowledgement, as and appropriately rolled, because I rolled a weather dice earlier. So we're going from the heavy snowfall into what is going to be perfectly clear weather the following day. A lot of the snow and the clouds have begun to separate in part, and the golden light from the moon reflects off the frozen shelf of ice through the tunnel and begins to fill the room with a golden light. And kind of at that point is when the drums and the instruments pick up to a really high rhythm, and the energy is just out of control. People begin to dance, food, and you realize it's there's nothing ceremonial about it. This big honking piece of meat in the center of the chamber, people just begin stripping chunks off of it and eating it with their bare hands. And you just watch as everything slowly unfolds in a way that is unusually animalistic. There's almost no niceties to anything. And to a point, some of them even begin to transform into their hybrid states. Half wolf, half humanoid. But they don't, like, begin freaking out. They just continue participating in the revelry. You will even watch, which is always sort of noted as the celebration continues, that there is an occasional, just like, you get used to it, but there's a deeper vibration in the cave as this Yeti that is apparently part of the pack is doing some really deep throat singing at first, and it reverberates everywhere in the cave, and then eventually when he actually gets up and starts, like, celebrating, you feel the vibrations of his footfalls, and then after a point, he too will transform into a Lycan, his half-hybrid form, into this huge 20-foot tall, half-Yeti, half-wolf creature. And then hours of this goes on. You will see over the fire in the center of the cavern at some point as your markings begin to glow that Tala, somewhere along in the festivities, incredibly hard to miss due to her demeanor being very different from everyone else's, that she likewise has many markings from head to toe that did not appear to be obvious to you at first, that have begun to glow and are all over her body. Very similar to the Goliath that you saw earlier, who had, like, the dark green tattoos inked onto his pale blue skin that were very obvious. For her, you didn't see anything until all of the glowing began. And yeah, pretty much every visible inch is covered from head to toe in these runic markings. And as the night goes on, you are you're witness to Lycans dancing, Lycans playing instruments. You watch Tala at some point as gathering bits of frost and ice begin to swirl and fill the room like a miniature contained storm, except they are not snow. They are ice crystals that begin to reflect the moonlight that is pouring in from the outside. And, like, I'm not trying to compare it to a rave, but you get a little bit of the shimmering lights from all these crystals sort of spinning around in the room.
It becomes a rave when you start switching colors on it.
Yeah, basically. Which druids can do, because that's really all druids are, aren't they? They're just ravers deep at heart. And eventually, after what is a solid 6 to 7 hours of this, and the energy never ebbs, and people don't slow down, there is a point where you watch as many of them, and the handful that haven't transformed, they veer into their full wolf forms, and they just sort of all, in like a thunderous train, rush out of the cavern, leaving behind only a handful of individuals, Tala included, who at this juncture will approach you, for the first time showing much more liveliness in her features and what seems like a perpetual upturn of the lips. We are going to hunt. You're welcome to join us. If you do not, feel free to stay. Otherwise, we will return by the time the sun has risen. And
She stands up straight and stretches. I will join. The way we celebrate is by usually just sleeping in the day, and then we stay up all night, every night of the moon. So I haven't slept since it started, and I don't plan to.
Then try to keep up. And veering into her wolf form, the cloak falling away, dashes out in pursuit of the rest of the pack, which included for fun facts, a wolf roughly the size of an elephant in the form of the Yeti.
Yo, that's a big freaking wolf.
Yeah, it is.
I can't. I'll do that. McKenna thinks. Have to stand out somehow. And so she goes to run after Talo. That's the name.
Tala, yeah.
Tala. And we'll give this a big old just running, and then wild shape into bear.
Okay.
Because I can do that now. I have been waiting. Because they're 1/4 CR, and I can't do that till level 4.
Mm-hmm.
Or 1/2 or something. 1/4? I don't know. I know I could only do it at level 4. I think it's a brown bear.
It is not a brown bear. That's CR1. It's a black bear.
Black bear. Yeah, black bear's still big though.
The other medium-sized. Speed of 40 feet.
Same as a wolf.
But not a winter wolf.
No. No.
Which is what this clan's wolves are.
That is okay.
They have a unique strain of lycanthropy.
Because this gives me a 30-foot climb speed and a better constitution. For when I inevitably don't sleep all night.
Mm-hmm. Which, the pack is out. And, you know...
Just follow them.
Yeah.
Keep participating.
You're pretty happy. The bear form is useful in that they actually scale. They take a couple of pathways on the northwestern side of this valley up into the mountains to go hunting, and they break out into groups. So the bear with its climb speed actually allows you to more or less keep pace.
I stay with Tala.
Okay. They do this for several. Like I said, they do this for several. They're going to do this until the sun rises. So it's going to be about 9:30 when they start. About 9 o'clock-ish when they start heading back.
That's fine.
Well,
While I did all my stuff, and I left the wineskin. She drank some of it before wild shaping, but I did leave the wineskin on the seat that I sat in.
okay. Well, so I mean, just for the sake of clarity, you offered it up, as part of the exchange. Is this like a mouthful per person?
It was the whole wineskin.
Okay, yeah.
And
In which case,
the amount of wine that was in the wineskin was almost full.
yeah. In which case, it's at this juncture, there's pretty much none left. Even with people being polite about trying to portion it out, which definitely would have gotten harder as the night went on.
But I didn't know when it ended up being drank because she said hold
Yeah,
on
when the celebration began.
Okay, cool. Well then, yeah, it's gone. So I have my wineskin still then.
Yeah.
But then I didn't leave my stuff there. I wild shaped with it.
Yeah.
Because when the sun comes up, I will make a gesture
Depart.
and from up on the mountain.
Okay.
After this, and then I will head back to the fortress.
Well, 2 dice rolls first to get out of the way. 1, a D100.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I do have the instrument and
You do.
toxin with me.
You do.
I always like doing a small number first. That's another 0.
Go really well.
Or really terrible.
What should be 70 again?
$100.
It's a 90.
Well, shoot.
Money.
That is pretty good. Make a Constitution saving throw for me now, too.
Oh god. DC's higher.
Yes, it is.
Is this the night that she gets one?
Come on, bear. What? How does a black bear not have a con saving throw? Rough.
Mm-hmm.
It has it and wisdom. That's what I have. Outrageous.
I didn't
Alright,
need you to
let's
be
go.
smart.
It's a +2 then, so it's the same as me. Oh god. Oh, that's fantastic.
4.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I rolled a nat 1.
Oh. You have inspiration points.
I called it.
Yep, I sure
called
do.
it.
I sure do. I can use 2 to re-roll the die, right?
You can use 1 to re-roll the die.
Oh, okay.
Well, rather, you can use 1 to roll an additional d20 and pick from your other options, but I'm going to suspect you're never going to pick a 1 unless you roll another 1.
I don't know, it'd be a funny way to get lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. I gotta do that again. Cool. That's a 14. +2 for 16.
Oh, that's good. That +2 was the difference maker.
Well, the bear didn't help at all, so...
Yeah. Well, you managed to stave off yet another night of exhaustion. By 1, by the way.
It was almost a 3.
So, yet again, not another long rest, but another fulfilling night.
And I make my way back to the fortress in the morning.
Yeah. Before you go,
Yes.
while the hunt is going on, and it is a hunt, there are several creatures that are found and killed and consumed on the spot. It is a frenzy, to say the least. When it becomes clear that the sun is getting higher in the sky, and light begins to finally crest over the mountains, the signal that the hunt is coming to a close, before you depart, Tala will approach you, shift back to her humanoid form, regard you with her unusually colored eyes.
Same as mine?
No.
Oh, okay.
She has, as I mentioned, black sclera
That's okay, that's that
and
one. Okay.
silver-colored eyes. Yeah. She will regard you, respecting and understanding what your position is as an animal. But when she speaks to you, she sort of puts a hand on the side of your head, kind of like as you affectionately pet a large animal of some kind.
Would I still be a bear? Because I can only hold it for 2 hours.
Oh, fair point.
And I only had 1 wild shape.
In which case, you're probably not a bear anymore.
Okay.
Well, that makes that gesture a little... So we're going to wind that back a little.
Aw, thanks.
She would have a hard time reaching your face anyway. She's only... She's... I guess, I mean, that's not too far of a stretch. She's 5'6", but... It would not hold the same meaning. Regardless, as it's petering out, and the hunt is coming to an end, she'll find you. Not too hard to do since you were in her group. She will regard you with her, like I said, her unusual eyes, and stuck in that perpetual state of upturned, of what you might call a grin. Again, it's not so strong that it would ever overtake, but it's enough that you think for an individual such as this, it is the greatest expression of contentment they can offer. We might not always be around, but we, the Iandaya, understand your struggle. We know what it is for people to fear our power. And we know what it is to struggle to control it. if I might offer to you the wisdom of some of my experience. Like us, there's a part of you, a part that is more animal than humanoid. One that was very reflective of the form that you took while you hunted with us. If you are not afraid to embrace it, there will come a time where you will be able to welcome it into you fully, and it will change you in a way that you will not understand, but it will be in a way that reflects how I and my spirit interact. And sort of pointedly, you will watch as the fresh powdery snow around her will start to envelop her diminutive form, and you will hear the sounds of breaking bones, and it almost seems like a small localized blizzard standing in front of you. And it grows as her size grows, and you see before you, once it's finished, a hulking 8-foot tall, white furred Lycan, except all the elements of it that would seem natural are elemental in nature. Its teeth and claws appear to be made from ice. It breathes in plumes of ice-cold mist, and across its whole body, glowing from out underneath the fur, are the same runes you saw on Tala's body earlier. And then sort of in a flash, in a wash of powder like snow, in a bit of just a burst of white, Tala in their elven form will reappear. Even without the Lycan nature, you can achieve a joining with your spirit such as this, if that is how you desire to control your power.
You said that as if I desire to what, Dire?
To control your power like that. I'm giving you forking options.
I do desire it.
And what you must do, learn more of your nature, as is your current journey. Learn more of the nature of the Lycan you travel with. Find where those two natures intersect, and then embrace them. And your spirit can change your body, as mine does for me.
What if my spirit is already tied down?
Then simply set it free.
Understood.
I can let it work more.
Will you be capable of returning? Or would you like a wolf to escort you?
Very generous offer, and it's much appreciated. I think I'm gonna take that time to wander around a bit before heading straight back. I can get back.
Very well. By the end of this day, we will be gone from this area. We will continue traveling southward. And then use the Dagger Pass to head westward. If you should find yourselves in that area again, consider telling your companions to not leave their goods lying around so easily to be taken.
I will let them know. It is my fault, but I will let them know. And be careful when daggers pass. I'm sure you're used to it, though.
We relish the challenge. May the wind be at your back, Kenna of the Tuanathon.
And you as well, Tala. I can't pronounce Undia.
India. It's like
India?
almost like Indiana. You just got to cut out the
Okay.
center syllable. Yeah.
India.
There you go.
Okay.
The Titan's Claw, if you would like the translation. Okay. At that, she will veer back into her wolf form and vanish back into the range of rocky hills that the group has been hunting in.
That their group has been?
Yeah. Yeah. And eventually heading back towards the valley where they were in the cave.
Mm-hmm. And I head straight back to the fortress. Because it's already the next day at some point around noon, taking a lunch.
Yeah. It's going to take you...
Next session.
yeah, kind of. I mean, unless you... I mean, like you guys have anything important to be doing. Yeah, if you head back straight from where you are right now, like, it'll be 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. She is.
Yeah, so... you'll get back to the fort today around like 6 p.m. Roughly.
We could have a very good or bad dream, Dyer. What are you talking about?
You guys could have.
I mean, I did talk to Krista. That is something rather important.
True. Especially since today is the first day Krista's back home, actually.
Finally, yeah.
Which seems especially relevant. So, given that we are past our time, because we had a bit of a weird disjointed session, but we are... I'm going to take D100s from the rest of you guys right now, so I can spend some time figuring out what to do with them next week. Actually, the rest of you guys, two of you. One from Gwen, one from Edelweiss, because the other two of you have used yours today.
Yeah.
Why did I roll my die already? I could have gotten that 90.
Yeah, we're just side characters to Kenna's story here today.
Okay.
What do
I
you
keep
mean?
getting
I mean, 2
zeros.
whole hours.
I mean that in a jovial way, yeah, but I enjoyed every minute of it. It was a brilliant listen. I
Okay,
absolutely
I'm
enjoyed
joining you and getting zeros, I think. Ugh. Nope, no die.
65.
You might remember it this time.
Bet.
Nothing. 55's nothing.
Why did
Shut
I miss
up,
that
you didn't roll.
90? Guys.
So, what did you roll, Edelweiss?
30. I just said
Okay.
it.
No, I
Can I
didn't,
use-
I didn't hear you. A lot of people were chit-chattering.
Can I
You
use an
wasted my
inspiration?
90.
No, you cannot use inspiration points to re-roll D100s. We've been over this.
That's a good
Figured I'd
technicality. Is
ask.
that?
I've actually, previously, before I had the multiple inspiration point system, I used to allow the single DM inspiration point to re-roll D100s. It got out of hand.
I can
you
see
go.
why.
I can see why.
Yeah.
I completely agree with this. I'm just pissed off I wasted that 90. I wasn't mindlessly praying that.
Okay,
Next time,
well, so-
D20s.
Really nothing exciting. So we'll basically just pick up next week, going back to the fort, seeing how you guys spend your day, if you guys make any decisions about Kenna being gone for a long period of time, and what you do. And I would appreciate if you guys actually do a little collaborative back and forth sometime this week and go, is there anything important we want to do? Any roleplay points we want to talk about? Do we want to go speak to Kalina more? Things like that. And if it's nothing huge, we can get them out of the way over the course of the week. And then when we start the session next week, we can start with everybody coming back together. For the sake of not having to do the back and forth dance until Kenna shows back up, which is kind of what we did today.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, all right. That's it. Thanks for those of you that joined us and have been watching. We love you guys, and I love you guys, and I'm just glad we get to do this every week. It's wonderful and fun, and super enjoyable. Well, I guess that's it for the Moonrise campaign for this week. We will see you next week, Tuesday, the same time, same channel, etc. Awkward ending point. Stay frosty.
Awesome
Thanks.
episode. Awesome episode, y'all. Bye.